And honorable members, the correction of the official report. Those who are having it tomorrow, please bring it so that they can make hard copies for those who are not having it. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Nyindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I want some kind of clarification and guidance on this official reports. Yesterday, we had the 11th and then the 12th. Then today, we are back to SIF. I don't know why we cannot get them according to the days. Because you have yesterday 12th, you have 11th, and all of a sudden we are back to SIF. That kind of up and down, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if the Hansa department can do something or the table office can do something about it. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nyindam. Observation well noted. But if you look at the vote and proceedings, it is about the 5th. And today is about the 6th. And the argument was whether it was the 5th or the 11th. And I asked that they should check. Sometimes it's the volume, but they are working on it. Thank you. Honorable members, let me use the opportunity to acknowledge pupils from Azuris International School, led by Emmanuel Adolf Loga, a teacher, and they are from Tema West constituency. They are 52 in number. My dear pupils, you are welcome. Have a fruitful visit to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, item numbered 6. Statements. Honourable members, we have received statement from the Member of Parliament from Afajato South, Honourable Frank Afriye, on the urgent attention required to address water supply challenges across Ghana. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Right Honourable Speaker, let me celebrate your magnanimity even as I prepare to deliver this statement, which is largely on the supply of clean water, its relevance, and supply challenges. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for this highly prized space to stand before this esteemed House to address a critical and urgent issue that transcends the Afajato South constituency where I represent, resonating deeply across the entire nation. Our beloved Ghana is on the precipice of a water crisis that, according to research from the Water Resources Commission, is anticipated to culminate in severe water stress by 2025 if urgent and decisive actions are not taken. This was reported in the May 4, 2022 edition of the Daily Graphic and other media outlets. This prediction is particularly alarming in light of the current cholera outbreak that has gripped our nation, reminding us starkly of the dire consequences that arise from inadequate access to clean water. Until last weekend, residents from Peve, Goviope, Waje, Agate, Have, Peki, Bame, Akrofu, and neighboring communities face continual challenges in accessing clean water due to the malfunctioning PEVE water treatment plant since mid-December last year. However, this is merely a microcosm of a much larger national issue that threatens the health, safety, and livelihood of countless Ghanaians. The statistics reveal an unsettling reality. 1 in 5 persons in our nation lacks adequate drinking water. In the northern region alone, this figure escalates to 1 in 3, highlighting the glaring disparities in access to one of life's most essential resources. Mr. Speaker, we cannot overstate the importance of clean water, which is fundamentally linked to public health. Studies show that 80% of diseases in Ghana stem from unsafe water and poor sanitation, fueling the alarming rise in water-related illnesses such as cholera, typhoid, and other diseases that disproportionately impact our vulnerable population. Each attempt by families to secure fresh water, often leading them to abandon boreholes or unhealthy surface water sources, emphasizing the urgent need for a comprehensive national strategy to confront this crisis. In view of this, permit me to take this opportunity to commend the Volta Regional Minister for his commitment to addressing the urgent needs arising from the PEVE facility's failure, as well as the efforts of my colleague from Southdown, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamepo, who shares a passion for restoring the PEVE treatment plant following its dysfunction. Nevertheless, it is not forgotten the struggles faced by our constituents in accessing clean water are mirrored nationwide. As such, it is imperative that we amplify our response and ensure a cohesive approach to restoring and improving our water treatment infrastructure. Additionally, the looming threat of illegal mining activities pose a grave risk to our water resources and the integrity of our water supply systems, leading to the shutting down of several treatment plants across affected areas. These illicit practices not only pollute our water bodies, but also threaten the health and safety of communities that depend on these vital resources. The extensive damage inflicted by such activities must reignite our commitment to enforce regulations and safeguard our natural ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, in light of these pressing issues, I sincerely urge this Honorable House to take a united stand for the health of our nation by adopting a robust plan of action that encompasses the following. 1. Nationwide infrastructure repair and enhancement. Let us prioritize urgent repairs and upgrade of existing water treatment plants across the nation, ensuring that they can meet the demands of a growing population. Additionally, we should expand our distribution networks to guarantee the communities to have access to clean and safe drinking water. 2. Development of a sustainable water management strategy. We must collaborate with the Ghana Water Company Limited and relevant stakeholders to create a comprehensive water resource management plan that prioritizes conservation, efficient use of resources, and the implementation of best practices for water extraction and treatment. 3. Strengthening regulatory framework against illegal mining. We need to take immediate action to combat illegal mining activities that threaten our water resources. This includes strengthening enforcement mechanisms, collaborating with relevant agencies, and raising public awareness about the importance of protecting our water bodies. Mr. Speaker, as we engage with these critical issues, we must not forget the lessons of our current cholera outbreak. And from our experience with dried water hydrants, which have shown us how inefficient and inadequate access to water directly inhibits firefighting efforts and endangers public safety. We must promote safe water, good sanitation, and hygiene as fundamental rights for all Ghanaians. Time is of the essence, and we have a collaborative responsibility to put forth solutions that ensure reliable access to clean water for every citizen. Let us unify our efforts to secure a better future for Ghana, a future where every individual can access safe water, a cornerstone for health, dignity, and national development. Together, let us courageously navigate this path to restoration, resilience, and sustainability for the health of all Ghanaians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to address such a pressing issue. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, the statement has been read. I will now take comment. Yes, Honorable Member for Hohwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first commend my neighbor and brother, MP for Afajato, for this very important statement. Water challenge, water not flowing through our taps is a problem that every constituency, that confronts every constituency. And then he being my neighbor, I would say the problem he faced in his constituency, my own is more than his. Hohwe constituency and the entire water region have been faced with water shortage because no audit so far from my checks has been done on all our treatment plants. You come to Hohwe, our treatment plant was built over 20 years ago, and no replacement has been done to the machines. The old machines are still being used, and the number of people that were there before the treatment plant was built, the number has increased, and it's the same treatment plant that is being used to supply water to the people in that very constituency, my constituency, Hohwe. Mr. Speaker, today you come to Hohwe constituency, water flows through our taps once a week. That's when we are lucky. The hospital, Hohwe Regional Hospital, in fact, Volta Regional Hospital is located in Hohwe. Water flows through their taps once a week. I was at the hospital 2 weeks ago and visited the morgue. The mortuary attendants have to use the Kufuor gallon, walk miles to fetch water before they use it for their daily duties. Now the wind of cholera is blowing all over. And if you don't have water in our hospitals, in our morgues, I know the problem will be very devastating in the coming days. So we plead with the Minister for Works and Housing that the treatment plants all over the country, let me speak for my people, in Volta region, in Hohwe, they should look at it, and those that need to be replaced, they should be replaced. Those that need to be worked on, they should be worked on, so that we'll have a free flow of water in our taps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to our member for Afajato for raising this very important challenge facing not only his constituency, Volta region, and the entire nation as a whole. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think water is very, very important in our life. Without water, we can't live. And mostly, it's very challenging in Ghana to have water. Mr. Speaker, You go to some areas, 24 hours water flowing. But mostly Ghana, during especially dry season, there's a challenge. And if you don't drink proper water, you know what's going to happen. It's health-related. Sanitation issue, you get a lot of diseases and sickness, all due to improper or lack of quality water that you get to drink. Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time for us to resource or empower community water. Community water serves a lot of rural areas. But unfortunately, community water cannot get loans, facility to serve these people. Only Ghana Water can access loan. Community water basically lies
for his admonishment. I seek not to generate debate in this matter. I'm only highlighting a serious issue that is affecting the quality of water in our country. And I'm only saying and praying that the Ministry for Environment, the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources, the Ministry for Sanitation, in the coming budget, should be given some allocations to fight issues of mining, because they are on the rise and they are affecting our river bodies. Mr. Speaker, this is all I seek to do. And I'm extremely sorry if it turns out that I want to generate debate. But I think that it's important for me to bring to bear the issues that are currently going on in our country. This is all I sought to do, and I really would want to thank you. I pray that in the 2025 budget, the Minister for Finance helps my brother, Minister for Environment, with more allocation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this wonderful statement from the Member of Parliament for Afajato.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the wonderful opportunity given. I would like to associate myself with a statement made by my able colleague, Honourable Frank Afriye. Brekum East is currently faced with a serious water crisis. In 2014, my constituency was blessed with an urban water project that brought finality to the water problem within my constituency. But just last month ago, Mr. Speaker, these scrap dealers and thieves have gone to, but they have stolen 14 pumps out of the 21 borehole pumps that supports the water system within the constituency. Mr. Speaker, I was in my constituency just last weekend, and I went round, and it's extremely worrying and so sad that out of the 27 boreholes that were dug...
Available leader.
And...
Honourable Member, I recognize the available leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are commenting on a statement made by the member for Afajato South. And our colleague from Brekum East is veering into issues in Brekum East. Please, if you allow me. This is a specific statement. And I want him to stay on track. He's talking about 14 pumps in Brekum, this and that. What has that got to do with the statement? This is not a personal statement.
Honourable available leader.
Mr. Speaker.
The heading of the statement said, attention required to address water supply challenges across Ghana. So, Honourable available leader, I think you are out of order.
Oh.
Honourable member, you are out of order. Kindly resume your seats.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr.
Member.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to continue to add my voice to the crisis, the water crisis in the country. Mr. Speaker, just like some of my colleagues mentioned, water is life. And I add my voice to Honourable MP for Afajato South that water is a big problem across the country, most of the constituencies, and my constituency in particular. We are blessed to have an urban water project that brought finality to the water problem in my constituency. So coming here, I was only going to concern myself with other things, only to go back to the constituency to realize that out of the 21 boreholes dug, 14 of them have been stolen. And as at now, please, humble yourself to learn.
Honourable members,
Mr.
order.
Speaker, we operate surface water and
boreholes
for the good people of Rekum.
Honourable member, did I hear you say stolen or out of order?
Yes.
Or out of function?
The pumps that
the boreholes
have been stolen.
The pumps were stolen. The pumps.
I am saying that the pumps that powers, please, the pumps that power the boreholes have been stolen. And this is extremely worrying because we were relying on surface water.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order.
Plus, Mr. Speaker, the 14 boreholes, the pumps that have been stolen, were augmenting supply of water to my constituents, and this was blessed by Professor Mills and John Dramani Mahama under the ESWA administration during our first tenure. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker,
honourable members, can we have some order?
The pumps in the boreholes, please, there are pumps in boreholes. And these boreholes that supply us water, the pumps have been stolen. And it has really resulted to a serious water crisis in my constituency. And if you get water today, we are rationing water such that, Mr. Speaker, if you get water today, it might take you 1 week before you get water again. And I seriously associate myself with the honourable member for Afajato South that water crisis in this country need urgent attention.
Are you on point of order?
Good relief to the good people of Rekum.
Honourable member, I recognize former minister.
And some other constituencies across the country. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to add my voice.
Honourable, the member has ended his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, he has ended his submission, so I will just offer him point of information. So, Mr. Speaker, the price of the head of a borehole is 15,000 cedis. Use your common fund to buy it. It will help. Yes.
Honourable
use
member.
your common fund to buy it. It will help.
Honourable
if you come
member.
and complain here, nobody will help you.
Honourable member.
If you come and complain here, nobody will help you. You use your common fund to buy it.
Honourable Natiwood, that definitely cannot be a point of order. The fact that it is only 15,000 does not mean it cannot be stolen.
Mr. Speaker, I said that is information.
Yes.
And I thought he is going to get common fund. He should use it to buy. It will help him.
The sector minister may decide to also help. Honourable Deputy Minority Whip, what is the issue on the floor in relation to which
yes,
you are?
Mr. Speaker, even though he has ended his submission, this is a house of record, and we are guided by what he will say that will be captured on Hansard. I don't know how a borehole can be stolen. Whether the borehole
Honourable member.
lifted, whether the borehole was
Honourable
lifted,
Habib.
how do you steal a borehole?
Honourable Habib, you are out of order.
You
Resume
should
your seat.
explain how you steal a borehole.
Honourable Habib, resume your seat. All members, order.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members.
Respectfully, I think my other
Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I urge all of you to resume your seats. Honourable members, resume your seats. Honourable members, resume your seats. Honourable members, we've come to the end of that statement. We move to another statement In the name of Honorable Dixon Chredua, Member of Parliament for Brekum West, on football-related violence in Kotoko, in the Kotoko versus Nsuantreman FC match. Honorable Member, you have the floor. Honorable Member for Brekum West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I make this statement as a result of the rising acts of vandalisms, acts of hooliganisms at our various game centers, and specifically in relation to the 19th week Premier League match played on the 2nd of February 2025, which resulted in the brutal stabbing of a Kotoko fan, Nana Yao Frempong, known as Pule. Mr. Speaker, football is a sport that unites us as a people. It is a game of passion. It brings joy to millions of people across our nation. However, when that passion is tainted by violence, it ceases to be the beautiful game we all love. The events that unfolded before, during, and after that Premier League game are not only despicable, but a stain on the integrity of Ghanaian football and on our national character. Honorable Speaker, the tragic loss of life is not an isolated case, but a part of worrying trend of violence in our sports. About 24 years ago, Mr. Speaker, as a young sports journalist myself, working at the Radio Windy Bay, I was in Accra Sports Stadium on that fateful day on the 9th of May 2001 to cover Kumasi Asante Kotoko Accra House of Folk Premier League game match. On that fateful day, Ghana recorded the most tragic event in its history when 127 lives were lost as a result of football violence. Mr. Speaker, in the wake of this national calamity, the then President of the Republic, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor, constituted a commission of inquiry, that's CI 34, to investigate the matter and make appropriate recommendations. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the far-reaching recommendations made to forestall future occurrences, football violence continues to plague the nation. Mr. Speaker, for example, Ghana were left dumbfounded when one of its topmost female referees, Teresa Bremensu, who was officiating in the 2019 Women Special Competition between prisons and Ampindakwa ladies, was beaten to pulp by the fans for what they claimed she failing to add extra time after the 90 minutes elapsed. Again in 2020, Mr. Speaker, we are aware of a Kotoko fan, Augustine Opon, who was shot in the eye when violence broke in the game against Kumasi Asante Kotoko and Brekum Chelsea. Also, just 2 years ago, my very good friend Edwin Aka, the general manager of Samatex FC, and other officials and players of Samatex FC were brutally assaulted in a Division 1 League match in Daboase in the game against Sky FC. Honorable Speaker, despite all the education, reminders, sensitizations, sanctions aimed at eradicating hooliganism, the act continues to be part of Ghanaian game with many casualties frequently recorded. Mr. Speaker, the situation calls for urgent action from all stakeholders. We as parliamentarians have roles to play: government, football officials, security agencies, clubs, and supporters, there is an urgent need for us to work collectively to eradicate such barbaric acts from our game. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to note that our new indefatigable Sports and Recreation Minister, Honorable Kofi Adams, has already swung into action. In his first day in office, he met the officials of the Football Federation to fashion out a plan to prevent future occurrences of such barbaric incidents in our stadia. I'm very confident with Honorable Kofi Adams, this canker will be dealt with once and for all. Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware of the high-profile meeting between the Inspector General of Police and the stakeholders of our game, which produced 33 action points for implementation to curb hooliganism in our stadia. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I urge Ghana Football Association and the National Sports Authority to put in place stringent measures and security and safety measures to prevent such occurrences in future. These include enhanced security at stadiums, strict enforcement of disciplinary actions against violent conduct, and also intensified public education on sportsmanship. Mr. Speaker, in our beautiful game of football, there are only 3 results. Either you win, you lose, or you draw. A good sportsman will accept whatever result that comes their way. Honorable Speaker, at this grieving moment, permit me to extend my heartfelt and deepest condolences to the family of the deceased. No family should endure such a pain of a football match. I also call on all stakeholders to remain calm as the Ghana Police Service continue with their investigations to get to the bottom of the matter. Violence has no place in our football. It has no place in Ghanaian society. Let us all stand together to condemn this act and work together to ensure that our football stadia are safe. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me.
Thank you, Honorable Member. This statement has been presented, and before allowing members to comment, let me bring it to the fore that I am very much aware that the criminal aspect of the matter is before a court of competent jurisdiction. Therefore, members should be circumspect in commenting on this statement and limit their comment to violence in our football matches accordingly. Honorable Samia Oku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement made by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Brekum West. Mr. Speaker, let me also, first of all, extend deepest condolences to the bereaved family and to the deceased. Mr. Speaker, there are 4 things that excite passion and inflames passion within our society. These 4 things for me: 1, football; 2, religion; 3, ethnic issues; and also 4, political issues. What is before us today is association football. Right, Honorable Speaker, in contributing to the statement made by the Honorable colleague Member of Parliament, I would also like us to also situate the matter. You cannot separate these acts of vandalism, hooliganism, and riotous behavior of fans also from sometimes poor officiating. If we cast our mind back to many of the issues around the world, anytime you have these huge disagreements among fans, at the heart of it has been a refereeing decision one way or the other. I would like us to also get the Referees Association of Ghana and the Football Administration to also pay keen attention to sometimes bad officiating or questionable officiating. I'm saying this because in today's football world, it's no longer what it used to be under the good days of Wilberforce Infum, the Golden Boy Abdul Razak and co, where football was played just to excite people or to entertain people. This time around, it's become a very commercial venture. And people get into these stands knowing very well and working out the odds on what they intend to achieve at the end of the day. I believe these acts of hooliganism are despicable, and it is about time that we don't just pay lip service to these matters when they are raised, but also get the law enforcement agencies to also enforce the laws. One of the main issues that for me continue to also agitate my mind has to do with the issue of citing drinking sports and beer bars around these stadia and sports facilities. One, you cannot enter the stadium with alcohol, but the people just take it before entering. So they enter, and by the time that they reach that peak, that is when the match is also at this height. So one, we also have to be clear on the modalities and the guidelines and what we can also have around the various sporting facilities. Today we have a colleague down that I'm an unrepentant fan of Kumasi Asante Kotoko. But I also believe that in helping protect lives within the various precincts of our sports facilities, we have to look at the very things that are cited around it. Yes, you can have food joints, but the siting of sometimes some of these drinking bars is also a disturbance. Number two has to do with also enhanced security within the stadium. In the various stands, apart from having people who are wearing security badges and uniforms, you can also have plainclothes security. And that is what many of these countries are using within their stadium. So, Mr. Speaker, football is the passion of the nation. Wherever you even have small teams playing within our communities, you can see that tension is always high. How much more when it has to do with league standings and the position of these teams on the various league table. So whilst I commend my colleague, I would like, Mr. Speaker, with your kind direction, get the sports minister to also pay keen attention, one, to the issue of security, issues of officiating and refereeing, and third issue has to do with the siting of these drinking bars around the various stadiums. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sami Aku. Honorable Member, let me give the opportunity to the lady.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to contribute on the statement made by the Honorable Member for Brekum West and on the situation of an unfortunate situation that happened in Nsuache with the match between the Kotoko and Nsuache-Man. It happened in Nsuache, which is my constituency. I would like to extend my condolence to the entire family of the deceased. Mr. Speaker, on this note, we need to be very much careful and put in better and proper measures when there is match like this, because we have different supporters with different views and excitement. People come out and communicate or express their excitement in a different way. And so, with this unfortunate situation happening in my constituency, which I believe it shouldn't happen in any constituency, the entire sports ministries and heads or owners and management of football clubs should take this serious and make sure that these things do not happen again. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we should have a risk assessment before any match takes place, because we need to make sure that the park or wherever they are having these football games are well kept. We have CCTV cameras in case of emergency, we have proper security personnel, even in addition of these military personnel, can be added to it. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if much concentration and monitorization is put in place and we monitor the situation well, I don't believe that these things would happen. When this issue happened in my constituency, it called a lot of emergency, because if you look at where the ambulance service is in Nsuache, they went far. We couldn't even get an ambulance at this particular situation. And it's rather unfortunate that my good brother, my father, the former MP for Sunyane West, and it's something we shouldn't really I was really worried because he's a senior colleague of mine, and I share with him at this particular situation, and I wish him well, because it can happen to anybody. And I pray that if measures are kept well and put in place, all these matters will reduce. Mr. Speaker, I would come to the point of our medical aid. We need to make sure we have first aid in situations and places like this, so that measures can be taken as early as possible. Because looking at the supporter of Kotoko, it means that if they had first aid available, we could have found a way to save him as early as possible. Again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to plead with the entire security and medical professionals, as I earlier on made, to have an emergency plan with a sports team in case there's such situation happens, so that we'll be able to help save lives and educate our fans in matters and how they should be jubilating when issues happen. And even the terrain that supporters need to, if they are ticketing that we're supposed to give to them, and monitor the number so they will not have a stampede at the park or the stadium. I think it will go a long way to help us. Thank you for the opportunity given to me, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I'll give the floor to Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Honorable Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to you for the opportunity accorded me to make a brief comment on this sad statement made by our honorable brother. Mr. Speaker, it is so sad and painful for a life, a precious soul, to be lost when that person was enjoying the sport of football. Mr. Speaker, football is supposed to unite us. It is a source of enjoyment for most of us. And if you go to watch a game of football, you expect that your team wins. It beats my imagination why somebody, in their attempt to watch the beautiful game of football, should lose their life through violence. Mr. Speaker, violence should not be allowed to fester in our society. We must understand that as human beings, we cannot all belong to the same group or association. We cannot. We can't also think alike, because society will be of no fun if you all belong to the same society. There should be diversity in terms of ideas, diversity in terms of belonging to association. That is when we can see growth and progress. What has happened is so sad. We need to condemn it and insist that the investigation into these barbaric acts is expedited so that the culprits will face the full rigors of the law. Indiscipline in this society is becoming one too many. We must halt it. We must stop it. Indiscipline anywhere is a threat to progress everywhere. And I think that we must come to the realization that Ghana can thrive and be stronger when we understand that we have to be tolerant in all that we do. I'm a Kotoko fan, Asante Kotoko, and I've been seeing images of this gentleman, Puli. You can see that he's a vibrant supporter of Asante Kotoko. He loves the team. The team is in his blood. And he went to support his team and couldn't come back and left behind a widow and children. This is so sad. And I'm urging those who are heading sports in this country to be proactive in providing security so that when we go to watch football or any sporting activity, we will be there having at the back of our minds that we are safe and protected. This shouldn't happen again. And I want to console the widow and the children, and that this supporter should find solace in the bosom of his maker. I also want to plead with our supporters that we should understand that in the game of football or in any sporting activity, we cannot always expect to win. We can win, we can lose, we can draw. The game of football or any sport activity is not a must win. It's not a must win. When you win, you thank God and make merry. When you lose, you take it in your strides and understand that tomorrow might be an opportunity for you to also win. And I know that Asante Kotoko will come out of this stronger and better. And I also hope that this incident, unfortunate one, will serve as a better lesson for Ghana sports moving forward. Football and soccer should unite us. Let us educate each other to promote football and sports to bind us and not to kill us, to bring us together and not to separate us. After all, we are the same people. Mr. Speaker, thanks for indulging me, and may the soul of our brother, Puli, and he says what? Puli, and other sports-loving persons who have lost their lives in such manners rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Azika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, football is the passion of this country, but this is just one too many. Today we are discussing this unfortunate situation because it involves Asante Kotoko. But there have been a series of such events in our country where supporters think that when they disagree, they must take the law into their hands. And this should bring finality to such incidents in our football. Nobody
should die following your passion. I understand the man left behind 6 children. This is a very, very difficult situation for his family. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to take football a lot more serious. The rules of football is not just the rules on the field. Mr. Speaker, what are the protocols for making a football field fit for purpose? Not everywhere is fit for purpose. What we are playing football on are what we call parks. They don't qualify to hold soccer matches. We must take the licensing of stadia very, very important, so that we tick all the boxes to ensure that when people go to a stadium or go to a football field, that football field is fit for purpose. So we must begin to license our football fields. And when we begin to do, you realize that many places such as Infantryman will not qualify to host football matches, let alone for us to die the way we are dying. Mr. Speaker, I was very sad to hear my colleague mention that they were struggling to get very simple first aid. You don't have ambulances. You have no business playing football in such a field. That is a death trap. But we go there and nothing happens, so we think that is a football field. No. What was the police situation at the football field? Where were the police? What was the requirement of security that was supposed to be upheld in the stadium? In this particular instance, the information we have is that this young man had been threatened prior to the match, and that the security agencies should have known that what happened to the young man could happen, because he is accused of having made comments that did not go down well with the other club ahead of the match, and he was threatened. And yet we allowed the football match to happen without security to protect this young man. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call on you to direct the Ministry of Sports to take this matter very seriously. And that if the GFA cannot follow rigorous protocols for licensing our football stadia, we should not be playing football as a country. Because football is a serious business and it's about life. And whether you like it or not, some people are going to be dissatisfied and may take the law into their hands. Whether you like it or not, if you do not license stadia, you are going to have football fields that will play on that don't even have ambulances, where the protocol may require you to bring over 40 policemen. You are right there and only 2 policemen are there guiding and protecting scores of spectators. The end result is that people die needlessly, and we mustn't die following the passion of football. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call on this House to take on the GFA to properly make sure that before football returns, we are prepared in all respects, and that our football fields are fit for purpose. Currently, what we call football fields are just parks. They are just like we're doing in our area, where you just call neighbors across the road and you are playing football. That is what is happening. And we cannot be doing that for people to die needlessly. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of the statement, and I thank you for indulging me, except to say that this mustn't end with a talk show. We must see some action being taken to sanitize football in our country and to make sure that our football fields are safe for purpose, that we will not hear this conversation again anytime soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I want to cede to Kenneth.
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity given to me to make a contribution towards the statement made by my brother, Honourable Member for Brekum West. Mr. Speaker, what happened was an unfortunate incident and very regrettable. I also want to add my voice to the expression of our condolences to the bereaved family and Asante Kotoko fraternity. Mr. Speaker, the earlier contributors have said various things, and I wish to just add a few things. I want to look at the issue from the point of view of education, sensitization, and capacity building for the various stakeholders in the management of football in our dear country. Now, football has rules, and people need to be educated on those rules. As the author of the statement said, there are only 3 results that you can expect after any football match. Either you win, you draw, or you lose. And the various teams know about this. The supporters know about that. But because of the passion that we have for football, in some cases, people find it difficult to accept defeat. But if we do effective sensitization, education of the various stakeholders, and then also we have leadership by way of football administrators, leadership by way of the management of the various teams that are playing the football matches, and then leadership by way of supporters, that at any stage in the match, they take responsibility and make the appropriate appeals to their supporters, to their members, to the fans. We may be able to prevent some of these unfortunate incidents. Now, we are talking about security. Security is a shared responsibility. Shared responsibility between the teams that will be playing the matches, Ghana Sports Council, the football administration, and then supporters as well. So I may want to recommend that before matches are played, the various teams will plan the security arrangements for these matches and agree, depending on the expectations of attendance at these matches. We have categorized our teams, and there are matches that we say this is category A. Of course, whenever Kotoko or Haas is playing any match against any other team, the expectation is that there will be more spectators than the other teams, and therefore security arrangements will have to be beefed up. Now, I also think that we have to emphasize on capacity building. We need to train and continue to train our referees. We need to train and continue to train our sports administrators, the leadership, and everybody, so that as the rules of the game change, we would be abreast with them and accept that during football matches, it is the referee and only the referee whose decisions are final. The referee is a human being, is fallible, and may make mistakes. But once he takes a decision, whether it goes in your favor or against you, you have no option but to accept it. And when that happens, that's why we want leaders to take responsibility. You appeal to your team, your players, your supporters, that once they I also want to thank you for the opportunity given to me to make this little contribution towards the unfortunate incident that happened in my region and also happened in the constituency of my sister at the other side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that as a parliament, we should at all times condemn all forms of violence at our stadia during football matches. Colleagues have already indicated strongly that these matches are for pleasure, they are for entertainment, and they are to bring us together. They shouldn't end with people losing lives, limb, and property being damaged. That is not the objective. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we should appreciate that sports, beyond just being entertainment, has become a big economy, a major economy, contributing enormously to the GDPs of some countries. In Ghana here, weekends, when you see the number of people who are trooping home to watch the European League, the Spanish League, and all these foreign leagues, it is amazing. And when you sit with business people and they have conversations about leisure, and the number who fly to Europe, fly to the United Kingdom, just to go and watch a match and come back. And these matches become the meeting places where major deals are concluded. It will amaze you. And if you see the extent to which the media is developing in those countries, and sports and the coverage of sports has become a major source of revenue for those countries, then you will know that it is not a place where we go and throw stones at each other. It is not a place where we go intending that at the end of the match we will beat the referee. It is not a place where we go planning that when we finish we will scatter the place if our team do not win. It is a place where, as a district, as a region, you must plan for it, because the people who would travel there, the transport sector will benefit. When they get to the place, those who will be selling food and other items, the women in your district, in your region, will benefit. The hotels who will host them, you will benefit. And so the regional security councils, the municipal and district security councils must accept these as major important events that they must plan for and make sure that no match results in violence in their municipality. And even encourage those matches to be taking place so you can earn more, and then also you can entertain your people and then keep them happy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you observed earlier on, I was sitting with the Minister for Sports. He was hoping to be here to comment on this statement because I had given him some indication, but he has to run back to his ministry to defend his budget because the Minister for Finance is putting together his budget. And so in our discussions, he's indicated that as part of the 24-hour economy strategy, sports is going to be a major cornerstone as part of the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Youth, the Minister for Sports has a major agenda to revive sports, to revive football from the district to the regional level and at the national level. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is already holding meetings with the media to see how we can project sports. Indeed, he has revealed to me that he is looking to negotiate for super sports and others to begin to cover our local leagues. Because, Mr. Speaker, when the local leagues are covered by super sports, what it means is that people sitting in South Africa can see our boys playing, our boys and girls playing. And from South Africa, they can begin to identify and come and scout for those people. So the footballers themselves, when they see that their tournaments are covered on Super Sports, they know that a platform, a global platform is being provided them to showcase their skills, so that scouts all over the world can view and then come and try and then recruit them to their various countries. And also that he is going to invest and get support and sponsorship for the various teams in the regions, so they can have good football, good coaches, they can have support to be able to compete effectively, train and recruit and retain very good footballers, buy very good players, and then also up the quality of our local league, so that people will really like to go and watch our leagues instead of wanting to sit at home and watch the European leagues. Mr. Speaker, when this happens, I believe that our people will begin to appreciate the fact that football is a big thing. It's not a place where you go and throw stones, where you go and then, fight at the end of the match, because when you do that, you are destroying the economy of your district, your municipality, and ultimately your region. The regional ministers and municipal chief executives will begin to see that football is a major enabler of their economies, and therefore they must pay attention, and the entire governance framework within the district, municipality, and the region will be geared towards making sure that every weekend, any match that is being played ends up successfully, and it doesn't end up with the image of the municipality or district being dented. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that with the 24-hour economy strategy, football is going to be a major enabler of the 24-hour economy. And very soon we will see it. Very soon, our local league will replace the European leagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Let me add my voice by commending the individuals who are running football teams. Honorable members, it is not easy to run football team. Honorable members, football itself should be a game of peace. So a situation where football is characterized by violence is an idea which is not welcome. We have to do everything possible to avoid it. I would direct that the statement be transmitted to the minister responsible for sports and recreation. Thank you. Honourable members, there are two statements on local governance. One is by Honourable Faustina Elikplim Akurugu on deepening local governance in Ghana, addressing the challenges of unit committee members. Honourable members, the other one is local level stakeholder participation in local governance. A statement by Honourable Dominic Napari, MP, Senate East Constituency. Honourable members, I crave your indulgence to have these two statements taken jointly. I will then give the floor to Honourable Faustina Elikplim Akurugu. Honourable, you have the floor. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity to address this August House on the critical role of local governance in Ghana's democratic development, particularly addressing the challenges faced by unit committee members in our various local government units. Mr. Speaker, local governance continues to form the bedrock of Ghana's participatory democracy, ensuring that governance is brought closer to the people. Ghana's decentralization system, established under the Chapter 20 of the 1992 Constitution and the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, provides the framework for grassroots governance with district assemblies as the highest political and administrative authorities at the local government level. The unit committee, as the lowest structure of the local government, is essential in engaging communities, mobilizing citizens for development, and implementing policies at the grassroots level. However, Right Honourable Speaker, despite the importance placed on the unit committee, it continues to face challenges that hinder their work. A couple of days ago, I met with the representatives of Unit Committee, Members Association of Ghana. The membership, according to them, is 43,500. They asked me to present these challenges on the floor of this August House. In a petition presented to me, they requested an urgent intervention in addressing the following issues. 1. Lack of empowerment. Mr. Speaker, the unit committee members feel disempowered due to insufficient authorities and participation in decision-making process. They therefore want to urge the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to provide clear guidelines that enhance their role in the decision-making process. 2. Low recognition and compensation. Again, Mr. Speaker, the unit committee members state that there is noticeable low, if not absent, recognition and compensation for them. According to them, this lack of acknowledgement demotivates them and undermines their commitment. They propose that a structured compensation framework be put in place to reward and motivate them for their time and efforts. 3. Neglect by central government. Mr. Speaker, there is growing concern among unit committee members for neglect by the central government. According to them, this neglect is made manifest in limited communication, inadequate funding, and a lack of involvement in policy formulation that affects local governance. As a result, Mr. Speaker, they seek amendment in the Act to promote inclusiveness and participation in decision-making process and more engagement with the central government regarding local issues. 4. Capacity building and training needs. Mr. Speaker, the unit committee members reckon that there is an urgent need for capacity building through training programs tailored specifically for committee members. Such training should be tailored to enhance their skills in governance, project management, conflict resolution, and community mobilization. 5. Misunderstanding with zonal councils. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the unit committee members complained of rising misunderstanding with zonal councils, which disrupts collaboration and effective planning for community development. They recommend the establishment of regular dialogue sessions to foster understanding and cooperation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, addressing these challenges will go a long way to strengthening the effectiveness of unit committee in local government and ultimately lead to improving the local governance system and community development. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Very well. Honourable members, let me at this juncture also invite Honourable Dominic Napari, MP for Senate East Constituency, to read his statement, which is of the same content. So, Honourable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on local level participation in local governance in the district assemblies in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, decentralization and local governance, which is considered an important element of participatory democracy over the past 3 decades, has seen increasing devolution of political and economic power to local government. Decentralization can be said to be a process of bringing public sector decisions closer to the people in order to empower local communities to actively participate in the prioritization, implementation, and monitoring of government development programs to the benefit of these communities. Mr. Speaker, this process should encourage more accountable and responsive governance to improve public service delivery efficiency at the local level and bring government closer to the governed. Mr. Speaker, it is in the light of the above that the 1992 Republican Constitution makes decentralization mandatory and provides that this country, Ghana, put in place a system of local government and administration which shall, as far as practicable, be decentralized. Article 241. In furtherance of that, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution tasks Parliament to enact appropriate laws to ensure that functions, powers, responsibilities, and resources are at all times transferred from the central government to local government authorities in a coordinated manner. Parliament operationalized this by the passage of the Local Government Act 1993 Act 462, which was later replaced by the Local Governance Act 1993 Act 462, which has later replaced 936 with the aim of enhancing local participation and to coordinating all local government laws into one legislation. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to note that until the promulgation of the new Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, the previous Local Government Act, Act 462, did not have any elaborate provision on participatory governance for citizens' engagement with the district assemblies. This gives rise to the absolute need for serious sensitization of the public and also local government practitioners on participatory governance at local level under the new Act. This, I believe, will enable us to achieve the promotion of popular participation in local level decision-making. Mr. Speaker, the crux of the matter is that if decentralization and local governance is for participation and ownership by the local level stakeholders, to what extent do these stakeholders, who have stakes and roles to play, as enshrined in the Local Governance Act 2016, are aware of and play these roles and responsibilities? Mr. Speaker, the Act in sections 40 to 48 has given elaborate and extensive opportunity and guidelines to local level stakeholders to effectively participate and provide oversight to ensure efficient service delivery. But unfortunately, this is not the case to a large extent. The Act 936 under section 234 defines district level stakeholders to include chiefs, traditional authorities, opinion leaders, community leaders, and civil society organizations. And civil society organizations is defined in the same section to include community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, that's religious bodies, non-governmental organizations, professional bodies, vocational associations, or similar organizations. Mr. Speaker, the above is fortified in the constitutional indication for rulers to be identified for ordinary people in local government in Ghana as given in Chapter 20, Article 242 of the Constitution, where it says as follows: to ensure the accountability of local government authorities, people in particular local government areas shall, as far as practicable, be afforded opportunity to participate effectively in their governance. In operationalizing this, the Local Governance Act provides for the assembly member to consult with their electorate before and after meetings of the assembly. The question is, how far is this carried through? Again, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of participatory revocation of the mandate of an assembly member who has lost the confidence of his people, those on decentralized participatory planning and budgeting, and the section that requires that chiefs and traditional authorities must be consulted in the process of the president's appointing the 30% to district assemblies, give effect to participatory local governance at the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, Section 41 and 42 of the Act provides the procedure to enable a resident and other local level stakeholders to participate in activities of the district assembly and its substructures and identify the modalities and platforms for participation. In particular, the two sections provide for the participation of local people in the enactment of bylaws and draft fee-fixing resolutions by the district assembly. Mr. Speaker, citizens' participation in the preparation of district assemblies bylaws and fee-fixing resolutions is very important in increasing internally generated funds for local development at assemblies. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there is very limited involvement of stakeholders in this direction by district assemblies, as noticed by your Committee on Local Government in its previous reports to the plenary. The extensive involvement of stakeholders in the determination of how much rate, fees, and fines they will be paying during fee-season formulation stage will reduce the Assembly's cost of sensitization and education on citizens' tax obligations. I think this will also reduce the usual confrontations between taxpayers and the revenue collectors and increase revenue generation for local development at the district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, information and technology-based platforms are among the many platforms specified in Section 42 of the Act for stakeholder participation and also include town hall meetings, budget preparation and validation fora, notice board announcement on jobs, appointments, procurement awards, and other important announcements of public interest. Section 43 and 44 of the Act provides for the general public to make petitions to the District Assembly on issues of concern. Section 44 makes it mandatory for a District Assembly to respond to petitions by citizens. All these are measures put in place to address issues of stakeholder involvement and participation. This is so important that the Act compels the District Chief Executive of every Assembly to report on stakeholder participation in activities of the District Assembly as stated in Section 45 of the Act. This will ensure that District Assemblies make conscious effort to involve the local people. Mr. Speaker, it is curious to note that even before the passage of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989, Section 47 of the Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, had provided the public access to information from district assemblies. It provides that every resident in a district assembly shall have access on request to information held by the district assembly or a department of the assembly, subject to limitations imposed by law. It is strange, Mr. Speaker, that this provision was not being employed by the media and the general public, but were only waiting for the passage of the Right to Information Act. Perhaps this justifies my earlier call for a serious sensitization of the public on the provisions of the new Local Governance Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, the requirement of the assemblies to observe the principles of inclusion and integration of minorities and marginal groups in society is so important that the Act, in Section 48, has compelled district assemblies to observe the following principles. A, protection of marginalized groups from discrimination of any kind, including discrimination based on language, religion, culture, national or social origin, gender, birth, descent, or other status. B, equality of treatment in each area of economic, educational, social, religious, political, and cultural life of the marginalized and minority groups. C, special protection to vulnerable persons who may be subject to threats or acts of discrimination, hostility, violence, and abuse as a result of their ethnic, cultural, religious, and other identity. D, special measures of affirmative action for marginalized and minority groups to ensure their enjoyment of equal rights with the rest of the population. E, respect for and promotion of the identity and characteristics of minorities. F, promotion of diversity and intercultural education. And G, promotion of effective participation of marginalized groups in public and political life. Mr. Speaker, if these assemblies were to implement these principles to the letter by instituting programs of pro-women and pro-marginalized affirmative actions, and the issue of abysmally low participation of women in governance, particularly local governance, would have been improved. Mr. Speaker, as a way forward, the relationship between the local government and the governed should be strengthened to reverse this situation of mistrust and disillusionment, and that both the local people and the district assemblies need to work together to rebuild and strengthen this relationship. By this, the citizens need to be more active and engaged, while the assemblies be more responsive and effective. The provisions must be operationalized and practicalized for popular participation to become a reality.
Dominic, can you summarize it a bit?
I'm almost done, Mr. Speaker.
6 pages. It's too much.
Done, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I also think that we need to rethink participation in political process towards an engagement that is more deliberative and which can be understood as a right in itself to call for certain preconditions to be created, targeting the fulfillment of local needs. Again, I wish to suggest that the Ministry of Local Government and by extension the district assemblies engage in elaborate sensitization on the provisions of the Local Governance Act, particularly on sections 40 to 48. The non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations and the media who are into advocacy of local governance, even though they are themselves stakeholders, should also champion the advocacy on participatory governance. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in order that the district assemblies will be more responsive to issues of stakeholder participation and report appropriately, as contained in Section 45 of the Act, I suggest that the local government ministry include participatory governance at the local level as a qualifying criteria for the district performance assessment tool, DPAT, emphasizing on their responsiveness to issues of inclusiveness and integration of minorities and the marginalized group. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I think we've made this admonition in the House before. We normally have so many statements. So if you are bringing your statement, please make it a bit brief, not more than 2 pages, so that we can accommodate more statements. Dominic, yours says 6 pages. It's too much. Please, let's take it. So the whips, I think this morning we discussed it at the president. The whips, please ensure that the statement received from members are at least not more than 2 pages, so that we can accommodate more. Yes. Let me start from here. I'll come back to you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement. 2 statements on the floor. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the 2 honorable members who made the statement. Actually, when you look at the organogram of the local government structure in this country, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that the unit committee members are the units which is at the down 10 of the, Mr. Speaker, the organogram. Mr. Speaker, you start from the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. You come to the Regional Coordinating Council, being led by the regional ministers, the Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, being led by the chief executives. Now you come to the assembly members, the zonal council, and finally, the unit committee members. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the organogram, the unit committee members are the people who are not motivated in any way by the structure, by the organogram, which I think that we need to do more about this. They work assiduously at the various units that they find themselves. But meanwhile, they are not being motivated. And even adding to the assembly members, how can an assembly member travel about 30 kilometers to the district capital, have a meeting, and be given 150 Ghana cedis as sitting allowance without even TNT? Some of you don't get it at all. Mr. Speaker, it's something we have to look into it. And they are working for the country. And therefore, we need to do so much about it. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the chief executives to make sure that they increase their IGF at wherever level they find themselves, municipal, district, metropolitan, so that they can use some of these funds to motivate them so that they can work and work well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Honorable Member for Damango.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably made by my colleague, the Honorable Faustina Eliklem Akurugu, on deepening local governance in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important subject, and indeed, it is just as well that the Honorable Member has brought it on the floor of Parliament, since the President is just about announcing and appointing Metropolitan terms, whether or not they need them, nobody asks any question. Mr. Speaker, if you go to my constituency of Damango, the needs of my constituency of Damango, Mr. Speaker, will be different from the needs of the constituency of, say, Zibila or somewhere, or from indeed. Mr. Speaker, which is why, if you allow me, the story is told of an NGO which built a borehole in the center of a village and believed that they had built a borehole to alleviate the sufferings of the women so that the women will not trek long distances to fetch water, only for the women to abandon the borehole and continue to go down the stream to fetch the water. And when the investigation was done, that was the only time they also got the opportunity to escape from homes, to chat, to gossip about their husbands, and so on and so forth. And therefore, to tell them to fetch the water from the center of the village was problematic for them. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have to have tailor-made development. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the United Kingdom, there's a department called the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA. It's a very important, powerful department in the United Kingdom, which is responsible for rural development and rural affairs. Mr. Speaker, you are familiar with council homes. That is how many people came to own homes in the United Kingdom. Council homes. These are all decentralized structures. And also the question of getting our local government structures to be able to generate their own revenue and generate their own resources. And then the issue of capping. When the assemblies engage in internally generated funds, then we have capping formulas and so on and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a very important subject. I'm not too sure we can do justice to this particular subject on one occasion. But I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, to say that at the very least, let us make the effort to decentralize healthcare, decentralize education, decentralize agriculture. I dare say, Mr. Speaker, even roads, in terms of not so much in terms of not the expenditure, but in terms of the prioritization of the roads. The assemblies must
maintenance.
The maintenance as well. The assemblies must be in the position, they should be given the authority to determine which roads are their priorities. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, rural economy. The major problem we have in our country is rural economy. And almost every town or village of significance or substance in our country has a market. It tells you how driven, how entrepreneurial our people are. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that the new Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Health, the Minister for Education, the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Roads, and the Minister for Finance, of course, will put in place the formula and put in place the right policies to ensure that we deepen local governance in our country and ensure that we take development to the grassroots of our people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Let me go to Honorable Sanja Nanja.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to these two statements that are ably made by other members. Mr. Speaker, citizen participation in general is a good way of making government, public sector policies, laws, and regulations acceptable to the citizens. It also makes the public sector services effective and efficient. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the main objective of Ghana's decentralization was to enhance citizen participation in governance. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it is either the local authorities are not affording the citizens the opportunity to participate, or the citizens themselves are not just interested in participation. And this is manifested in the district level elections. As compared to the general election, the voter turnout for district level elections has always been very, very low. In some instances, we get up to as low as 30% voter turnout. Mr. Speaker, the rate of voter turnout in an election gives credence to the subject under consideration. Mr. Speaker, the citizens sometimes don't have interest in participation. The unit committee, the district level elections, for instance, sometimes apart from the assembly members, the 5 members, unit committee members, some electoral areas are not even able to fill 5 members for the elections because people are not interested in it. And the lower structures also are not given the capacity to function. The percentage, the assemblies I know are supposed to cede some percentages to the percentages of their revenue to the lower structures, the substructures. These percentages are not ceded to them. And how do we expect them to function? During field fixing resolution, for instance, you invite citizens to come and participate. And the number of people you get leaves much to be desired. People don't come. They are not just interested. And the assemblies, the local authorities local authorities also take advantage of the non-interest of the citizens and do their own thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to sensitize the people. We have to do more publicity, especially during the elections time, the district level elections. The publicity is normally very low. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement.
Yes. Let me now go to Honourable Member. Now that I've gotten to know your intention, I wouldn't call you. You wouldn't catch my eye. Yes, Honourable Member for Afwano. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to what the makers of the statement have said. Mr. Speaker, to ensure effective local governance and decentralization in Ghana, I think we should look at how to resource the actors of local governance in Ghana in discharge of their duties, be it the executive, the legislative, and deliberative functions of the various assemblies. Mr. Speaker, let me zero into the consultations of Honourable Assembly members before and after Assembly meetings. And Mr. Speaker, Honourable members of the various...
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the seats there are for leadership.
Who?
The seats, the front seats, they're for leadership. And therefore, I don't know why they keep sitting there. We have a convention in the House.
What convention?
If they have changed leadership, they should tell us.
What convention?
That we shouldn't come and sit at the leadership seat, within the leadership seat.
Were you in the House yesterday?
Yes. Mr. Speaker,
were you in the House yesterday?
Mr. Speaker, I suffered the same thing. I suffered the same thing.
Honourable member, the mere fact you suffered...
Mr. Speaker, the same seat made me to leave the seat I was occupying into my seat.
Thank you. Thank you. But as we speak, there's nobody on the front seat. All the people sitting are leaders. But, Honourable Member, yesterday I think we delved into this. Your issue came up, and the First Deputy Speaker ruled. But yesterday, I think we expatiated further that the front seat are reserved for leaders. Members can come and occupy when there's nobody. So we normally term them as available leaders. But please, allow me to explain. But when there's a leader, it doesn't mean that nobody can come and discuss a matter with the leader. So I saw Honorable Adelaide coming to the front seat. He came to confer, he came to either take information, and that one is allowed. But coming to sit there permanently, that is what we can raise an issue. I think yesterday we dealt into this matter. So, Honorable Afo, your issue has been dealt with, and I think we don't need to revisit this issue again. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you for the explanation. Yesterday, I heard the first Deputy Speaker rule on this matter. But I know how he was treated was unfair to him. That's why Honorable Nyindam yesterday raised the issue again for better explanation. Because like you said, leaders may occupy the front bench, but members may walk in to have a discussion with them. But the minority side raised the issue, and the first Deputy Speaker sacked the honorable member from the front bench. It wasn't a present situation. That's why he's still in pain, and then he wants to bring the matter up. So I think this explanation will settle him, and then going forward, let members understand that they can still walk to the front bench, have their discussion, and walk back to their seat. So this is the explanation we wanted to get, so that when there's a clarity, members will feel free, and then they can also reach out to the leader. But leaders are here to work for the backbench. So if there's a denier, then we are not here to serve them.
Perfectly right. So
thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you so much, and let me thank my leader too. Mr. Speaker, on that note, then I will need apology from the front bench.
Oh, why?
From the unqualified apology from the
Honorable Afo, this
Mr.
thing
Speaker,
is over. You see,
if you render unqualified apology for what they did to me the last time.
Me personally, I wasn't happy personally about what was done to you, but it's over. Please, we learn from these things as we move on. So please, it's over. We don't need to demand or request for an apology. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I understand very much my friend's pain. But, Mr. Speaker, you also agree with me that it was a comment that was made by my chief whip. And the Speaker then made the decision. The Speaker was the one who made the decision.
Yes.
It was not my chief whip. And I still understand his pain and why he wants to retaliate. But we are brothers. Don't retaliate, please. Let's move forward. It's for God and country. I love you and you love me. Let's move on. Thank you very much for loving me.
Thank you, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Ajimai.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, that to ensure an effective local government and decentralization system in the country, the nation ought to look at how to finance the key actors of local government and decentralization in Ghana, especially the unit committee members and honorable assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I want to zero into the maker's statement on the consultation before and after assembly meeting by the honorable assembly members. Mr. Speaker, successive governments have been providing motorbikes for honorable assembly members to go around their normal duties. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the motorbikes will come at a time when honorable assembly members will be exiting, and that do not help. For instance, an assembly member of Mabai in Ahafuanonof, how does he go around to visit his people at Kobeda and Kwafukrom before he goes to the assembly meeting to deliberate on the issues concerning their plight? So I will want to take this opportunity to appeal to the honorable local government minister and the local government ministry itself to make sure they expedite action on providing motorbikes to the honorable assembly members. And I believe that will help. Then looking at the relationship and other things between the traditional authorities and the unit committee members. I'm happy today the Ministry of Chieftaincy has been merged with Ministry of Local Government. So the minister should take note of that and then take action on that. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the last election, that's the 2024 election, both political parties, the major political parties, the NDC and NPP, in their manifestos, promise honorable assembly members that when they come, they will see how the ministry can allocate some funds to honorable assembly members to aid in their work. Today, the NDC is in power. So I want to appeal to the NDC government to make sure they look at the regular distribution of common funds and how some portion will be given to the honorable assembly members to aid in their work as promised in the manifesto. With this, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I understand you are the president of the assembly members, eh?
Former president of NALAC.
NALAC?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I can now understand why you are speaking for them. Yes, let me go to Honorable Andrew Sola.
Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I appreciate you for the opportunity to comment on the statements delivered by these two honourable members. The honourable lady, I happen to be residing in her constituency. I thank her for accommodating me in her constituency. Mr. Speaker, the district assembly concept is a very good concept. It's a concept that is supposed to bring development to the rural people. Mr. Speaker, I have often told my assembly members that if we have a very strong assembly system, the work of the member of parliament will be very limited, because the assembly members and the unit committee members, for that matter, they live with the people day in, day out. And so they know the people better than the members of parliament. And they know the needs of the people better than the members of parliament. Like the Honorable Elekpin said, what I think we have to do to empower them is to resource them. We, those who come from the rural areas, can testify to the importance of the unit committee members. In my constituency, for instance, we have electoral areas that are very scattered. There are some of the electoral areas that have as many as 20 communities making up the electoral area. And so making it very difficult for the assembly member alone to function. And so that is why we think that the unit committee members should be seen as very important persons when it comes to helping send development to the people, helping carry information to the people, and helping solve the needs of the people. And so, Mr. Speaker, she indicated the need to empower them by way of training or developing their skills. It is very necessary for us to do that, because in some of the communities, they serve as the teachers. In some communities, they serve as the medical officers. They serve as everything. And so if they are empowered financially and technically, they will play their role to the expectation of the community members who elected them. My colleague, Honorable Sanja, in contributing, indicated the low patronage of the unit committee level. It's a fact because they don't have any benefit. They spend money to get the forms completed. They spend money to go around to campaign. On election days, just because you're surprised to hear that you would have to transport people to voting centers. unit committee members and assembly members have to do that from their pocket. Meanwhile, they do not have any allowance. And so it only takes a person that is dedicated and committed to the service of his community or her community to volunteer to contest as an assembly member or a unit committee member. So, Mr. Speaker, calling for resource is important. Mr. Speaker, I know there's no time. Let me conclude by touching small on Honorable Napari's statement. It is a fact that constitutionally we are supposed to consider stakeholders in the formation of the District Assembly, especially when it comes to the appointment by the President. We need to consider carefully the people we select on the government appointment. I mean the President appointment. We need to get the people who have the skills. We don't just have to pick party members, but people who have the know-how, traditional leaders, NGOs, faith-based organizations, in fact, people with expertise to serve as government appointees, so that at the end of the day, we would carry home the development that government wants to send to the people. I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, but with the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, he promised assembly members, I know he's going to deliver on his promise. We are going to send development to the doorsteps of the people. We are not going to award contracts from Accra. We are not going to award just road grading.
Honorable, thank you. Thank you so much.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, let me go to Akim Odan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me to make a comment on the two statements that have to do with local governance in Ghana. Indeed, the member for Domi Kwabenya would have to put herself together and form an association of MPs who reside in her constituency. Because I just heard the honorable member saying she lives there, and we have quite a couple of people who also live in Domi Kwabenya, so that at least we can have development coming in our area. So, Speaker, I'm excited to take a bite on this all-important topic, local governance. So, Speaker upon speaker, speaker after speaker, to this statement have all talked about the fact that we need to empower our local governance system. If you look at the structure of our local governance, it is only the assembly member and the MMDCs that you see. You don't have the unit committee and the other structures performing, and it's because they don't have empowerment. How do we talk about empowerment without looking at financial capacity or a system that would allow them to have access to finance? I want to crave your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to share an experience. In my constituency, the usage of common fund was a major campaign issue during our primaries. And so I promised my constituents that in order for them to have full access to the use of common fund, I was going to disburse the common fund to the 18 electoral areas in my constituency. When I got elected, every common fund that is released, yes, it was disbursed to the 18 electoral areas. We had the various electoral areas led by our assembly members opening electoral area accounts. And these monies were disbursed from the district assembly directly into that account. It made it easier for me to account for the common fund for every quarter. Even though I do not have any major project standing in my name, for every electoral area you go, there is something that they can point to that attests to the fact that this is what the MP's common fund has been used for. I think it becomes easier for you to account for the common fund, because it's one major area that, as a member of parliament, if you are not careful, they will definitely use it to campaign against you. No, I'm not concluding. You have to learn from my experience. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is the reason during the campaign of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, he promised that portions of the common fund were going to go to the electoral area. We did not vote for him. But once the NDC promised that they were going to pay assembly members, we are quietly waiting for that promise, because if assembly members are going to be paid, it would entice people to come and volunteer to become assembly members and to be voted for. After you have paid them, let's ensure that we have resources that will go directly into the electoral area, because we know the assembly common fund, when it goes to the district assemblies, they get into major projects and the electoral areas do not benefit. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes. No, let me go to the first timer. Yes, my brother. From where?
Asutifi North constituency.
Asutifi
North.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to comment on the two statements. However, my interest is rather going to be on the statement by our colleague, Member of Parliament for Dome Kwabenya, with the plight of unit committee members. Having been an assembly member and a presiding member before, I have a personal encounter with them. And I think it's right that as members of parliament, we look at how our unit committee members are treated. In fact, the district elections is designed to bring democracy and governance to the doorstep of Ghanaians. And if you look at the structure of our local government, the Constitution and the Local Governance Act provide the framework for such structures to exist between the Assembly and the Unit Committee. These substructures are composed mainly of the unit committees and the elected assembly members. We have the town councils, the zonal councils, and the area councils. If you go to the area councils, they are composed of elected assembly members within that area, and then not more than 10 unit committee members. That is, the composition is 15. So you realize the unit committee members have majority numbers in terms of the composition of these area councils. However, at the end of the tenure of these unit committee and assembly members, it is only the assembly members that provisions have been made for them to determine their emolument. But these unit committee members are the focal point for local engagement. If you look at the functions of the unit committee, Mr. Speaker, you realize they are to assist the area or urban councils to enumerate and keep records of all rateable persons and properties. And it is as a result of this that the Assembly can generate IGF. But in the disbursement or the usage of this IGF, the unit committee members don't even see how they are used. So I think it is at the right time that we look at how these unit committee members are treated, especially when their tenure of office is getting near. The assembly members are given motorbikes, but the unit committee members don't even have a bicycle to even go to the various areas.
Thank you.
And so I think the local governance minister should look at this and consult in getting some of these concerns addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Should I come to leadership? Yes. But honourable members, be brief.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do I have the floor? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this two noble statements made by our colleagues. Mr. Speaker, we listening to our colleagues and the makers of these two statements, Mr. Speaker, it all boils down to inadequate funding for our assemblies, the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, we pretend to be releasing common fund to the assemblies, and the assemblies too are pretending to be working. Mr. Speaker, all of us know the cost, the cost of 3-unit classroom block. Mr. Speaker, how much do we send to the assemblies from the common fund secretariat? So all I want to say is that we are pretending to be supporting or making payments to the assemblies by way of common fund. All the contributors and the makers of the statement, the challenges of the assemblies are that they are not adequately resourced. So they cannot actually bring the governance that we want to the doorsteps of the people. So we have to look at the funding. How do we fund the assemblies? I'm talking as a former district chief executive, Mr. Speaker. There were times you sit in the assembly for 3 months, you can't even get money to buy fuel to run the DCE vehicle, let alone to send your staff to go for monitoring. Mr. Speaker, we approved this Assembly's common fund formula in this House. Monies that are supposed to send to the assemblies are not sent. We sit at the common fund secretariat, procure equipment, procure logistics to the assemblies when the assemblies do not even need this equipment. Mr. Speaker, let's also look at the IGF, the law that should enable the assemblies to generate IGF. That law is moribund. Mr. Speaker, poll tax. Poll tax, if you go to collect poll tax, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the cost of collection is higher than what you are going to collect. So we need to look at the laws too, so that we can empower the assembly. Let's fortify the assemblies so that they can generate, more IGF. Mr. Speaker, political interference is one of the challenges that face most of our assemblies. As a district chief executive, Mr. Speaker, you are protecting your seat. So you dare not even go to say that people should pay property rate, people should do ABCD for you to generate enough money for the assembly, because your party will come after you. Your party chairman will not understand why you are asking them to pay property rate. Mr. Speaker, so we need a holistic discussion on this matter. Very good statement. Let's just don't talk about it and throw it to the dogs. Mr. Speaker, refer this statement to the local government committee so that we can discuss it and make serious recommendations. Particularly the Common Fund Secretariat, they should stop deducting monies that are meant for the assemblies. We should not. If we continuously doing that, we will be pretending to be working, we'll be pretending to be at least sending governance to the people. Meanwhile, we are doing nothing. Mr. Speaker, how on earth can you send 400,000 to the assembly when you know the cost of a unit classroom, 3-unit classroom block? Mr. Speaker, when I was DCE, we were guided that any time common fund is released, we should be embarking on at least projects, physical projects, construction of chiefs compound, construction of 3-unit classroom blocks. So anytime payments were made, they want to see the DCE making payment or allocation for the construction of physical projects. Now, if you want, go and check the assemblies. The monies that are being sent to them, Mr. Speaker, they just use it for the day-to-day running of the assemblies. No assembly can physically show that this is what they've used their common fund for over the period. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be pretending to be developing our people.
Thank you so much. I've enjoyed your submission. Indeed, you were a former DC. Let me come to leadership. You didn't take your time. So, minority leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I want to take this opportunity to thank the maker of this statement. I know that he is somebody who has been in the local government committee for quite some time, and all the observations and all the monitoring that has been made, that has necessitated the maker and that development committee, you have representatives from the local government from the district assembly executive, you have a representative from the MP of the area, you have representatives who are stakeholders, who come together, plan what has to be done within the municipality or the district, and then ensure void of a chief executive undermining the MP. It is devoid of the MP quarreling with the chief executive for non-releases of funds. It is one good structure which is enhancing development within the Zambian country. It is something that we should pay attention to and try to improve on what we have. We can't always sit down and pride ourselves and say, oh, we have the best, when we are not reviewing. It is important that we review the structures, the systems that we use to operate. One thing, Mr. Speaker, that I would want to discourage, I don't mind how people look at it, is to look at the system of paying unit committee members. Please, they work within a very small area where they are the monitors of how the communities are developing. It is important that these people, they don't incur any cost. I have never been for the idea that we should be buying motorbikes and paying ex gratia to assembly members. It's something that I really don't subscribe to. It is important that we look at systems that will help us to develop faster than we are doing. And it is also very good that we devoid ourselves of the clashes that we have within the system. That doesn't make us grow. The chief executive of that particular municipality has a singular responsibility to ensure that you mobilize funds to undertake other responsibilities of the municipality, and not for development. The development has its own committee. that pursues the development agenda. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And let me thank the makers of the statements. I think it's very important that they brought this issue to the fore, and we can't exhaust it today. So going forward, we need to avert our minds to issues raised in those statements so that we can at least start implementing some of the proposals put forward before us. Mr. Speaker, before I touch on the statement, the issue raised by the Deputy Minority Leader in respect of the payment of unit committee members, assembly members, and the rest. In the NDC manifesto, we did promise that we'll give some allowances to the unit committee members and then the assembly members. Because the issue is, we are now taxing them to collect data, deaf and BEF, from their communities. So even if they are to forward this information through text messages, who is going to take care of the data that they are going to use to send this information? If they are to travel to the assemblies, who is going to pay for the fares? So at least if there are some motivation, it will let people also give out their best. Assembly members attend meetings, and the DCs will tell them there is no common fund. So even the allowances, the 150 cedis or the 100 cedis they are giving them, they can't pay. Some will run to 3 or 4 months before they can even find money and give to assembly members. So the next certain, if you invite them, they will not attend the meetings. So these are some of the issues we need to have a very better understanding and put it before all of us, especially after the presentation of the budget. The formula will be presented to us. We are going to approve the formula. Leader, you are aware, even in the formula, about 50% of the allocation is disbursed in Accra here. Care lepers, youth development, school feeding. So in the Constitution, Article 252 is telling us that we should transfer not less than 5% to the local assemblies for development. The question is, do they get a 5%? Even from the finance ministry point of view, sometimes they transfer 3.5 or less than the 5%. We have promised to transfer 7.5%. It is in our manifesto. So help us to walk the talk, and let's make sure the 7.5 gets to the assemblies so that they can use these monies for local development. Mr. Speaker, I was a member of the local government committee. We were given an assignment to tour the whole country to monitor projects. That was the past 4-5 years ago. Leader, we went to Volta region, Eastern region, Ashanti region, and Western region. You go to the assemblies and you identify a project. You ask them, who is the contractor? They don't know the contractor. Who is the consultant? They don't know the consultant. What is the project cost? They don't know. And the DC will tell you, we have invited them for a meeting, and they don't want to even attend our meetings. So who is supervising the work? Meanwhile, the structure is developing at this municipality, but he doesn't know the contractor. So if there are defects, how do you correct it? So we are doing decentralization, but we are holding back the activities of the local assemblies. We sit in Accra, award contract, make payments in Accra, and the people at the assembly, sometimes they don't even need the project. They have their own needs. We need to review it. We need to sit down with them, let them give us their priorities so that we invest the money into those areas. You mentioned the 1 million per constituency that the Zambia people came and tapped on it, and they enhanced it and is helping them. In our constituencies, who can tell me he's aware of $1 million transfer to the constituency? So on paper we are doing well. But if you go to the ground, we are not walking the talk. It was a propaganda thing we did. Unless you have evidence to prove that Bia East, for the past 8 years, we transfer 8 million Ghana cedis. These are the projects. And these are the projects we use the money to execute. So, Mr. Speaker, we do propaganda with everything.
Yeah, hold on, let him give it to them.
So, Mr. Speaker, enough of the talking. Let's stop the propaganda. Let's make sure that what we are saying is what we are doing on the ground. You can't announce to the whole world that every constituency has received 8 million Ghana cedis worth of project. Meanwhile, you have not transferred even 500,000 to the assemblies. What kind of local governance are we talking about here? Mr. Speaker, the local governance service, they sit in Accra, do recruitment, transfer or post these officers to the local assemblies. The DCs are not aware, they don't know their background. You go to some assemblies, you have about 3 deputy coordinating directors sitting idle, no space to even work. But every month they draw salaries from consolidated fund. Are we not wasting resources? So these are some of the issues we need to come together as a house and deal with them. If not, if you do all the computation, you come to a conclusion that 5.3 billion Ghana cedis is transferred to the local assemblies for, let's say, 2024. What is the impact? Check from 2023, 2024. Common fund is still owing the assemblies, including members of parliament here. Our project fund has not been paid. The year has ended. A new government is in place now. They are going to put together a new formula for approval. What about the arrears? But on paper, it is written, oh, we've transferred this money to the Assembly for Development. Where is the money? Where is the project? So you see projects springing up at various communities. Contractors have abandoned site because of non-payment of certificates. So these are some of the issues we need to avert our minds to so that we come together as a house and deal with them. But 7.5% will be released in this 2025 budget because we've signed a social contract with the people. We've promised the people and we will deliver. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
You want to speak?
It's just a matter of information. It's point of information.
Point of information?
Yes.
But I gave you the floor. You didn't speak.
No, it was because of what he said. Mr. Speaker, it was because of what he said.
Honorable, why? Honorable members, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader. The point is,
yes,
you wanted to raise a point of order whilst he was speaking. I gave you the opportunity, but you sat down. You didn't observe me. I gave you the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, we told you deference to you. I actually thought that you were asking me to sit for him to finish.
Oh no, then he didn't get it. He didn't get it.
But Mr. Speaker, you know I respect your seat, so fine. I did so. Fine. Mr. Speaker, it was just a statement or a point he made with reference to the fact that 1 million is paid into accounts. But you said so. If you check that.
So members, please. So what was it?
Mr. Speaker, all I'm trying to say is that those amounts of monies are not paid into accounts. They are given to the agencies that work, and when contractors are done working, they are paid. That is all.
Well. Your information is well noted. Honorable member for Elmina. Why? Is there an issue?
Yeah, he's misinforming the House. Yes. It was supposed to be $1 million to the assemblies. I was in Cape Coast when the former vice president came over there and told us over there that those assemblies should run to Accra and that the money was there. And if you don't go and collect the money, they will spend it in Accra.
Yes, you lied.
Thank you.
That's what he said.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it was with you.
Honorable member, it's okay. It's okay. Well noted. Well noted.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice
Let me give
President
the
is
point
not
to
here
read your
to
statement.
speak for himself.
Honorable members, I think these are red herrings. We don't need to. The statement has been made, it has been contributed to, and I think that is that. We don't need to move outside the jurisdiction. So, honorable members, let's take the next statement from honorable member for Tafo. Honorable Vincent Safwa is going to talk. Honorable member, you are going to talk on education at a crossroad. Education at a crossroad. Safeguarding progress in Ghana's educational sector, presented by Honorable Asafua. But Honorable, before you leave, let me acknowledge our children from Amasamine. They are Visila International School. They are being led by Richard K. Miriku, who is a teacher in the school, and the school is located at Amasamine constituency. Amasamine, where is the MP? Yes, the MP is here. Yes. Honorable members. Yes. That's their MP. Yes. We are happy to see you here. I believe you are monitoring and studying what is going on here. We want you to study and study it well. And that will urge you to study so that tomorrow, if your uncles, your aunts, your fathers, if you are no more here, you will come and take over from us. Right? So study hard so that tomorrow you take over from us. You are welcome. I hope the honorable member will welcome them well on behalf of the House. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Safwa, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Education remains the most powerful tool for national development, shaping the minds and skills of future generations. Around the world, nations celebrate various milestones in education, whether it be International Day of Education, Teachers' Day, or commemoration of groundbreaking policies that have transformed learning. These moments serve as reminders that education is not just a policy area, but a fundamental pillar upon which societies build their progress. In Ghana, our educational journey has been marked by reforms and innovations designed to ensure access, equity, and quality. Policies such as the free senior high school education and the expansion of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, have played a transformative role, empowering the youth and securing the country's future. It is within this context that we approach the recent decision by the government to establish an 8-member committee to organize a national education forum. Mr. Speaker, the National Education Forum is not a novel concept. It has historically served as a platform for engaging policymakers, educators, civil society, and stakeholders on critical issues affecting Ghana's educational landscape. However, the value of such a forum is ultimately measured by the quality of its recommendations, and more importantly, the government's commitment to implementing policies that uplift rather than destabilize the sector. We must also be mindful of the history, purpose, and outcomes of such engagement, particularly when they are convened under an administration whose track record in education policy has at best been inconsistent. Under the previous administration, education was not merely a subject for discussion. It was a priority for transformational action. Our government took bold, decisive steps to expand access, ensure equity, and improve quality, leading to some of the most significant educational reforms in Ghana's history. Some key policies implemented include free senior high school education, a revolution in access to education. The free senior high school policy implemented in 2017 broke financial barriers that had long prevented thousands of Ghanaian children from pursuing secondary education. This policy significantly increased enrollment, particularly among students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, ensuring greater access to education for many. The policy's impact is evident in the record number of SHS graduates progressing to tertiary education, affirming its role in shaping the future of our workforce and national development. Expansion of STEM education, positioning Ghana for the future. Recognizing the importance of equipping students with 21st century skills, the NPP government made significant investment in STEM education. The establishment of STEM-based senior high schools, modern science laboratories, and training programs has enhanced Ghana's capacity to introduce world-class engineers, scientists, and innovators. By prioritizing STEM, the previous government laid the foundation for a technologically driven economy, ensuring that Ghana's youth can compete on a global stage. The government established the Ghana TVET service to improve the management and delivery of technical and vocational education and training. Several TVET institutions were upgraded, and new centers of excellence were built to enhance hands-on training and industry relevance. This move positioned TVET as a viable alternative to traditional academic routes, equipping students with employable skills. Transformation of the school infrastructure landscape. The government launched an aggressive school infrastructure expansion program to accommodate the growing number of students under the free senior high school education. New classroom blocks, dormitories, and science laboratories were constructed across various secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, to track and improve learning outcomes at the basic school level, the government introduced the National Standardized Test to assess primary 4 and 6 pupils. The policy ensures early intervention for struggling students and provides data-driven solutions for improving literacy and numeracy. Mr. Speaker, the government must unequivocally assure the people of Ghana that this initiative is not a smokescreen for reversing or diluting these landmark policies. Let it not be said that a certain government came to tinker with a free senior high school policy under the guise of review, leading to cost sharing that undermines accessibility. Reduce investment in STEM education, which would slow Ghana's progress in technology and innovation. Weaken TVET reforms, reversing the strides made in equipping the youth with employable skills. Mr. Speaker, education is not a partisan experiment. It is a national imperative. The reforms we undertook were not accidental. They were deliberate, strategic, and backed by evidence of their necessity and success. Any government that seeks to build upon these reforms must do so with commitment to expand and improve, not regress and erode. We, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, will vigilantly monitor the proceedings and outcomes of this forum. We will hold this government accountable for any decision that threatens our future, especially the future of our students, teachers, and the broader education sector. The people of Ghana will not forgive any administration that seeks to roll back policies that have lifted millions out of educational disadvantage. With these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the committee and encourage them to work with transparency, foresight, and a firm commitment to national progress. However, let it be known that any attempt to use this forum as a backdoor to undo the transformative educational policies of the MPP will be met with firm resistance. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted me.
Yes. Why should he sit down? Why should he sit down?
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on Order 64(1), fortified by Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, and I read the Article 102. A quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the members in the House, we are not up to 1/3 of the number required to carry on with business of the day. So I want to plead with you so that we can adjourn the House till tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please. Leader, our brother has raised column. I'll ask table to ring the bell. Whilst he's ringing the bell, I'll invite Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to read his statement. Honorable members.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Yes, we will discuss this together. Because my brother, I thought he was going to comment on the statement rather than to raise a column. So
the rules of this House does not allow this. As soon as there is a statement,
what I'm saying is we will discuss it together. Let's listen.
There should be comments. The rules of this House does not allow that. The standing orders does not allow that. When there has been a statement, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, there should be comments that is coming from members.
I'm saying I'll give you time to discuss it.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Mahama, I'll give you time to make your contribution. Let's listen to you.
Thank you.
I'll give you time to make a contribution. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Here to give a statement on Ghana's forest reserve, the state of Ghana's forest reserves and water bodies. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this August House on the pressing issues facing our nation, particularly the devastating scourge of illegal mining, commonly known as galamsey, and its catastrophic effects on our precious forests and water bodies. I stand before you today not only to provide an update on their situation, but also to outline the solutions you have identified and the expedited actions we are taking to address this national emergency. I'm also here, Honorable Speaker, to solicit the unwavering support of this House and honorable colleagues to join me in this fight. This is not a battle for one individual, but a collective struggle that demands unified efforts to achieve meaningful and lasting solutions. Honorable Speaker, Ghana boasts of a total land area of approximately 23.8 million hectares. Of this, about 3.6 million hectares, which is 15% of our total land area, are designated as either forest reserve or wildlife protection areas managed by the Forestry Commission. These include 288 forest reserves and 21 protected areas scattered across the country. As we know, our forests and wildlife resources have long been major contributors to Ghana's economic development. They provide formal and informal employment, sustainable livelihood, offer rich biodiversity for ecotourism, and generate foreign exchange through timber exports. Beyond their economic value, our forests play a critical role in climate regulation, serving as nature-based solution to mitigate the impacts of climate change. So, Speaker, despite the numerous benefits we derive from the forests and our increasing knowledge about the importance of forests to our ecosystem and well-being, Ghana's forests continue to be under serious threat of deforestation and forest degradation due to factors known to all of us. Ghana is currently faced with an unprecedented threat to our forest resources and water bodies due largely to illegal small-scale mining activities. This situation has assumed crisis proportions with their national security and public health consequences that require immediate attention. Honorable Speaker, it will interest you to note that out of the 288 forest reserves that I have mentioned, a whopping 44 of these forest reserves are under serious attack by illegal miners, and an estimated area of over 5,000 hectares has been devastated. And to put it puterially, about 7,000 standard football fields is what I'm talking about. That has been devastated. 7,500 football fields gone. This is mostly occurring in these specific areas. One in the Ashanti region, the Bakwai, in Kawiya, in the western region, Takwa, Dabuasi, and in the western north, Bibiani, Enche, and Juaboso, especially. Mr. Speaker, the approach adopted by illegal mining gangs is quite alarming and frightening. They are heavily armed with sophisticated weapons and very violent with large numbers of excavators, making it extremely difficult for forest guards and the rapid response team to control them, since they have no sophisticated weapons to control them. Over 9 out of the 44 forest reserves, and Mr. Speaker, this is very important, over 9 out of the 44 forest reserves have been completely taken over by these illegal mining thugs with impunity. And the Forestry Commission no longer have access to these forest reserves. This situation is dire and must be condemned by all citizens of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the impact of illegal mining on our water bodies, which is the second phase, is critical and equally alarming. Among the three water basin systems in Ghana, which is the Volta, Southwestern, and the Coastal Western Basin systems. The Southwestern Basin system is most impacted. The rivers that form the Southwestern basins are the Ankobra, the Pra, which is made out of Fame, Brim, and Odan, and the Tano and Bia. According to the Ghana Water Company, the normal turbidity levels for water under treatment should not exceed 500 NTU. However, the current turbidity levels of these water systems are between 5,000 and 12,000 NTU. The Ghana Water Company has had to shut down some treatment plants in Takwa at a point due to overpollution from Galamsey. The Speaker, the pollution does not end with turbidity. These water bodies are also contaminated with toxic chemicals such as cyanide, mercury, hydrocarbons, and used recklessly by these illegal miners. This is utterly unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. We cannot afford to reach a point where access to clean potable water becomes a daily struggle for citizens. Mr. Speaker, this is the grim reality of the state of our forest reserves and our water bodies. This is indeed what we have inherited. It is a legacy of environmental degradation that we must confront head-on as part of His Excellency President Mahamad's Reset Ghana agenda. The outlook is undoubtedly bleak, but we are resolute in our commitment to reversing this crisis with your support. In line with this reset agenda, I wish to provide highlight of some short, medium, and long-term measures that we have embarked upon to address this situation. In the short term, Mr. Speaker, we want to clear all water bodies from illegal mining activities through the use of river gas under our Blue Water Initiative. Details of this initiative will be provided during the launch of this initiative in the coming weeks. 2, engagement of stakeholders at all levels. Among other things, the intention is to strengthen our regulatory and law enforcement regime and get the buy-in of stakeholders on measures being pursued. And all the stakeholders must include our traditional authorities, municipal district authorities, civil society groups, our members of parliament, security agencies, state regulators, the judiciary, and here we will talk about the numbers. In the last few years, the numbers for prosecution for illegal mining is not very encouraging. Out of over 800, the number we had for people who have been prosecuted was less than 40. And so we need to look at that area as well. This is the reason why I'm here today, right on, Speaker. I wish to seek your commitment and the commitment of the leadership at all levels, including all political parties, including my friends on this side and my friends in the majority as well. We have to collectively fight this. The Speaker, another short-term measure is that I inaugurated a working group of experts on Wednesday, the 12th of February 2025, to undertake a review of the mining sector and licensing regime and recommend immediate radical reform to sanitize illegal mining activities within our forest reserves and our water bodies. And our committee is expected to submit its report by the end of the month. Mr. Speaker, we are also collaborating with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and actively discussing modalities for revoking LI 2462 to establish a more responsible legal framework for small-scale mining in ecologically sensitive areas. Mr. Speaker, our short to medium-term approach is to roll out the government's Tree for Life reforestation initiative. This ambitious initiative aims to restore degraded landscapes by transforming areas ravaged by illegal mining and other drivers of deforestation into ecologically functional landscapes. We intend to promote sustainable forest management, conservation, and reforestation to combat biodiversity loss, water pollution, climate change, and environmental degradation, threats that now pose an existential threat to our very existence. We recognize that many young people turn to illegal mining due to lack of sustainable employment opportunities. As part of our long-term strategy, we are also exploring a lot of other alternative, sustainable livelihoods to reduce dependence on galamsey and other illegal mining activities. Mr. Speaker, I conclude with a heartfelt appeal to all of you, our colleague members of Parliament, Ghanaians, to join in this fight against galamsey. Let us unite to support the measure outlined today. We owe it to ourselves, our children, our future generations to safeguard our environment and secure a sustainable future for our beloved nation. The time to act is now. Together, we can and must prevail. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will invite, you'll come to this topic, but I will invite Honorable Mahama to make his earlier comment on the first statement, then we will shift to this one. So, Honorable Mahama.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rose on my feet substantially on two major issues to seek direction from the Speaker on the matter that you had to rule on. You had given direction that we should discuss the statement made by my honorable colleague, honorable member for Old Tafo. And a member raised an issue with quorum. Substantially, it puts the issue on hold, and you gave direction according to Order 64-4, where you said the bill will have to be ranked, discussion will go for 10 minutes, and then a head count done by the clerk at the table, and then we will determine whether quorum has been formed. Without risk of, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to risk a discussion that will not be captured as part of the official proceedings of the
Honorable
House.
Member, I've given you the floor. I want you to comment on that statement. Oh, honorable members, please. Why?
Mr. Speaker, I would comment on that, but I feel like it's procedurally right to bring that to your attention.
Honorable Mahama, if you don't have comment, please, then I will give the opportunity to somebody else.
I have a question. I have a comment, Mr. Speaker. I have a comment, Mr. Speaker.
So comment on it. Leave the rest of the process, the procedure to the chair. You comment. I've given you the
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that direction, but I was just trying to help guide the chair. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement brought to fore issue about education and education at the crossroads. He highlighted some of the teething issues regarding Ghana's educational system. He also brought to our attention some of the sterling, most innovative and cut-edging educational initiatives that were initiated by the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But the most important in that statement to me, and that should engage our minds, is his comment on the flagship program of the previous government. That is the free senior education program. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity of writing some papers on education. And I remember when I was doing my second degree, I wrote about gender inequalities in primary school enrollment and the factors that probably would necessitate or, if you like, determine whether a person will enroll a female or a male student in school. Mr. Speaker, one of the findings was the financial status of the parents. And free senior school basically took away this burden and made education accessible to every Ghanaian, irrespective of where you were born, irrespective of the financial status of your parents. And I think that this program will have to be safeguarded. It is in tandem with the Constitution of the Republic that education should be progressively free. And then any attempt by any government to introduce any impediment to access to education by way of parents paying, i.e., would not be in furtherance of the Constitution of the Republic of the country. Mr. Speaker, there are recent talks about parents having to pay for some part of Parent-Teachers Association dues. There are recent talks about engagement with institutions to ensure that education is actually being contributed to by parents. Mr. Speaker, I think as a House, the free senior high school legislation could not be passed by this House in the previous Parliament.
Thank you.
We will have to pass this Parliament. This Parliament will have to pass it, ring-fence funding sources for education, and make sure that it is accessible for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last statement, last comment. I'm saying I'll take the last comment. So I'll either give it to the former minister or... Please, I'm saying last comment.
I'm indulging you. Indulge the two of us. With respect to your office, Mr. Speaker.
Please. We all know that the statement that has been read are very important statement that we need to discuss. But our own colleague raised column, so the 10 minutes I have to make sure that please, I'm going by my own time. So let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, you're a nice man. Thank you for the opportunity you've given to me. My honorable friend, Vincent Eko Asafua, has made a profound statement, and I commend him for the statement he's made. Mr. Speaker, education is the core of societal development and progress. Between 2010 and 2020, Mr. Speaker, the SYNDC administration introduced an education strategic plan that spanned between 2010 and 2020. When the NPP took over, we also had a strategic plan by reviewing what the NDC had put in place because it was ending in the year 2020. We also came up with a plan that spanned the period between 2018 and 2030. And because, the Speaker, this document is there, I was expecting the current government to at least examine this document and see the positives, the strengths, and where there are weaknesses, then they can revise those weaknesses so that we move forward. For me, that is how we need to proceed as a country. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The Speaker, if you look at the document we have right now, that was overseen by Dr. Matabuku Pempe and Dr. Ose Yao Aduchum, it is a comprehensive plan. In the year 2017, we did what we call the education sector analysis based on some of these documents. And we came out with gaps in those existing documents, and we had some suggestions moving forward. That is why we were able to introduce the free technical education intervention. The point I'm making is that through the gaps, we realized that technical education was a way that we need to pursue
Thank you.
And we've done that. Had a free education and all that. But as we speak, this government is having a stakeholder engagement in the Volta region.
Thank you.
And the idea, Mr. Speaker, please give me a second to just conclude. And the idea is to come up with a new paradigm. But I'm saying that what is there is enough.
Thank you.
What we have right now is enough to help this country to move
you so
forward.
Much.
They can't reinvent
Thank
the
you
wheel.
so much,
They should
Honorable
follow the innovative
Dr.
interventions that
the
MPP government put in place.
Thank you so
My
much.
good friend Hannah Dusu, that I respect so much. Please respect me. I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Mr. Speaker, I know how I do so. The new
Honorable members,
right.
please, don't do that. Allow me in, please. Allow me in, please.
Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
Honorable, conclude
my
for
point
me.
is that the current education minister, I know him. I know that he is capable and will do right. But I would just advise him as a very good friend to look at the innovative interventions that we roll out and just add on to it.
Thank you.
And that will benefit this country
Thank
and
you.
our children.
Thank you
Mr.
so
Speaker.
much. I hope initially you said you wouldn't contribute. Yes, I want to finish that one, then I come to. Yes, Honorable Minister. You wouldn't catch my eye again.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to commend the statement by my colleague, Honorable Vincent Asefi of Old Tafu, for commenting on what is going on in Ghana at this time in terms of the committee looking at the future of education in our nation. Mr. Speaker, developing a country requires a certain kind of education regime. Other nations have done it, and Ghana can do the same. It's not by accident that China set a goal of producing 50,000 engineers, moved it up from 50,000 to 200,000, and now they have 800,000 engineers coming out of their colleges and universities every year. The purpose of education is so critical. It's not just education. Education must be a system that moves us from point A to B in terms of socio-economic transformation. Education must be done in such a way that we are meeting requirements of the fourth industrial revolution. That is why I'm proud of what Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was able to do in education. When we realized that our nation was paying lip service to the so-called 60-40 ratio, where we've always said that in the universities we are going to produce 60% of our graduates at STEM-related fields, 40% in the humanities. Then you look at the number and realize that the high schools, you have only 12.5% of your students doing science. How do you change 12.5% to 60% when they move from one level to the other? That is what led us to the innovation of pre-engineering programs. As I speak with you, UMAT has been able to create a pre-engineering program. This year, over 300 students were admitted to the pre-engineering program. These were students who did general arts, who did visual arts, who did home economics, but have a desire to change and add to our STEM-related numbers. They couldn't even admit all the students. This innovation is working. We have model junior high schools focused on STEM. We have Accra STEM Academy educating students from kindergarten to high school. Many things have been done. I pray that government is a continuum. The new government will look at the innovation, the creativity in education, and continue the trend to move Ghana forward, so that what we've not been able to do for 60+ years, we can do in our generation. I think the legacy should be for us all. That
Thank
during
you.
our time, we took on
Thank you.
education and changed it and made it better for our nation and transform our fortunes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, please, let me turn to the statement the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources made. So, let me, I'll come to you. Let me start from Professor Bayo. Yes, let's hear you. I'll come to you. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to correct something for the purpose of the Hansard.
Are you commenting or...
Mr. Speaker,
please, if you are not commenting, let me give the opportunity to somebody, a prof.
Yeah.
Because I think we've already gone past that. Yes, Honorable Member for Boil Bamboy, the Deputy Minister designate responsible for the same.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources for a very brilliant statement that he has just made this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I'm not thanking him just for the statement, but I'm also thanking him for the speed at which he has started his work. In less than a month, you agree with me that he is moving at a speed, and that if we support him, the challenges that we are being confronted with in this sector will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, he has demonstrated preparedness, competence to resolve the issues confronting that sector. Mr. Speaker, these problems that we are all faced with are problems that have been there for a very long time. But we must get them resolved at a point. And to get them resolved, we will need all hands to be on deck. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's calling for stakeholder engagement. He's calling for other political parties to come on board. He's calling on MMDCs to come on board. He's calling on all Ghanaians to come on board. And that's the way to go. I doff my cap for you, my Honorable Minister, for this laudable approach you are using in solving such problems. Mr. Speaker, as for the challenges, they are clear. And the data exists to show that our forest cover is being depleted. Like he said in his statement, as we speak, 44 of our reserves are gone. Wow. They are gone to, if you like, illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, again, if you read the records, you read the reports everywhere, Ghana Water Company is suffering. It's suffering because of the way our water bodies have been destroyed. And we cannot wait even for a moment. We need to act and act speedily. And that is what my minister is doing. Today, I'm a very happy person because if you have such an action person at this strategic place, then you are rest assured that you are getting solutions.
Thank you. Thank you. Please. He's supposed to comment not more than 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to start.
You are here to start?
Yes.
Your time is up. Let's give the opportunity to member for Takrade.
That's one. Mr. Speaker, just conclude.
Okay. In conclusion,
In conclusion, my minister spoke about the use of water guards to ensure that our water bodies are protected. Mr. Speaker, he discussed something with me, and I think it's important to mention it here. He's saying that he is going to use the 24-hour economy to ensure that these water guards are going to run the concept of 1-3-3. One job, 3 shifts, 3 people.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Let me come to Honorable Member for Sankali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I also thank the Minister for coming to this House to solicit the support of Parliament for this fight. Mr. Speaker, this fight is not an easy fight. He knows it. In his own constituency, he knows it. That's a very big fight. And when you start fighting them, I still remember when President Mahama was in power and the Frimpong Boateng report came, they said the president, who was the custodian of all the gold in this country, had a Galamsey site. They also started touting that the president, Nanado,
I mean, we don't have to comment in such a way that you degenerate into something else.
Mr.
So
Speaker,
please,
I was only giving a precedent.
Let's be guided,
to
please.
Support the fight against Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, I still remember I was in the region when the chairman for the journalists against Galamsey sent a message to the Minister for Lands, and it was passed on to me to go and fight a Galamsey site on the river in Impoho. Immediately I finished the fight, within 3 days, the guy is recorded on tape, and he said that I'd collapsed in a hospital, and my 17 million had been taken away by my driver.
Honorable members, please, let's listen to him.
The fact of the matter is that the minister should be guided that this big fight is restarting. It's a big fight, and it's going to come with a lot of challenges, and therefore we all need to support him. Mr. Speaker, because the water we drink, we all buy them from outside and drink them. So if the water is destroyed, it affects all of us. That is why we need to be strong to support him to fight it. Mr. Speaker, the minister has also made mention of setting up a committee that he expects them to report back to him by the end of this month. I think it's a good idea. But I want to promise him, any licensing regime that start and stop in Accra will not solve this problem. Because most of the times, the districts do not own the process and therefore do not know where all the mining sites are. But we know that in the law, we have the district mining committees, where the chief is a member, the district police commander is a member, the district chief executive is a member, the minerals commission is a member, and then the association of small-scale miners or miners in the district are also supposed to be a member. I believe that henceforth, when they get the recommendation, you should insist that that should be the committee or the body issuing these licenses, and then Accra can then top it up. Because if we don't do that, there's not going to be any community ownership, and even the fight itself also has to be owned by the community and the district. Otherwise, we are going to have a big challenge in fighting it, because that has been our method of fighting everything from Accra. In fact, by the time soldiers even move into the district, I mean, the Galamseyers, they have been informed and they ran away. In fact, when we were fighting it in those days, when we go in the morning, they are not there. In the afternoon, they are not there. When you go back the next morning, you realize that they are come to do operations in the night. And this is very difficult for our agencies to be able to stop them. Going forward, he has also made mention of the river gas. And I believe that is a good thing. In fact, we trained a lot of river gas. We only deployed them for a few periods because of morality issues. Because along the lines, what we realized was that those fighting Galamsey, from the police to the army to immigration, along the line, it became a different story altogether. So I believe that now that we have digitalization, I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker. Now that we have digitalization, it is important if we can do and implement and invest in solar CCTV cameras along the rivers.
Thank
so
you.
That we can use that to check the river gas and also to check the Galamsey.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I
thank
believe
you.
That it is time
Thank
we support
you.
him
I've enjoyed your contribution. That's why I allow you to go beyond.
And now it has come back to him to get this resolved. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity. I realize that so many people were competing for your eye, so I'm thankful that you caught me. Indeed, I just want to make a short comment, and I'm guided by Order 93.4 that I shouldn't go beyond 5 minutes. And I'm also guided by the fact that I am actually making a contribution to the education part of what was presented. I am not going to talk about Galamsey. The part that was done by Honorable Asifua.
Honorable member, please, that one is over. Yes, my brother, let me hear you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hour is now, and the time is now. It's been decades when Ghana had been making efforts to eradicate illegal miners from our water bodies and our forests. But what is the action? Our actions always stay in the armchair. We speak it like poets. But when it comes to the action, we are divided in how to curb this menace. We started even commenting on this beautiful statement by going politically. How then will a divided house be able to train its children? Mr. Speaker, my little advice to us all, including myself, is that until we become one and frown upon the activity itself, we cannot curb it, because it is us who are admitting the very people there. The youth we see there are the people who are unemployed because they don't have a job. They would find every means, and you are not able to restrict them from going there. If we start making conscious efforts to pull out the youth from those sites by giving them something to do, I can give you a typical example. The youth you see in the trenches there, muddying the waters, most of them might have come from Afram Plains North. Because they have the experience of the waters, and because they have nothing to do in their constituencies, and nothing is going on well with them, they end up trying to look for quick monies. The machines that dig the hole do not muddy the waters like the young ones who go inside to turn it over again. I urge us all, both all the ministries, youth, sports, agric, lands, to come together, environment, and withdraw the youth from the sites, then we can know the masters who put the youth there. That is only when we can stop Galamsey from our side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me come to Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To add my voice to the comments on the floor on the statement ably made by the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources. Mr. Speaker, I believe Galamsey issues or issues with regards to mining in our forest reserves, on our water bodies and what have you, has become a serious national security issue. Mr. Speaker, it requires serious political will on the part of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary to stem this canker. Mr. Speaker, people in our communities are seriously trading off cocoa farms for the Galamsey menace to continue there. Mr. Speaker, why would they do that? It's because of our quest for money. In this country, we hail people who hold money without even asking the source of the money. We'll go, we've all benefited from cocoa money, it's taking us through scholarship and education and what have you. But now you go to your village and they are ready, the chief, your elders, family heads are ready to cede off the farms that took care of them to illegal miners. Mr. Speaker, if you read the NDC manifesto, paragraph 4.3, pages 110 of 200, it has about 18 policy interventions on the extractive sector. It's in their manifesto. And I'm asking myself, how long would it take Kofi Boah and his team to implement those schemes or measures? Mr. Speaker, it's not going to be easy. It requires a serious hand with a tough skin to go after these illegal activities. Mr. Speaker, Kofi, you'll be tempted. Your colleagues will be involved, both sides. They will come to you to plead with you. Nole Prosequa you'll be tempted with it. Having gone after people, you talked about only 40 people being prosecuted. Yes, the courts are there to protect the liberty of the individual. Majority leader will tell you it takes a long time to convict an individual. It's part of our criminal jurisprudence, Mr. Speaker. So if you've come here to read this beautiful statement, we'll be watching the space for the implementation, because we are talking about decentralizing illegal mining, setting up small, medium, and large scale. I've read it. But your own members, both sides, will come to you, Kofi, to ask for favors. You have to take a very strong step on suspending the issuance of licensing. Make sure that the proper demarcations are made. Make sure you visited almost all the sites. We are talking about over 3,000 illegal mining sites. How are you going to patrol it? You don't have the technology. We will be listening to the minister on the 10th of March on your budget. We'll be looking at the budget lines to support you in this fight. And we don't want you to come here for your ministry's budget approval and say that, oh, we requested for $500 million, we've been giving 100 million. We'll be listening to you, Kofi. So we pray for you. I know you have the heart, but get the resources and the tough skin to fight this. You went to Asante Hene Otumfo. He gave you a good advice. All the chiefs, you went to the Western region with the president. We monitored you. We know some of your constituents are involved. How are you going to fight it? You'll be thinking about your seat. You'll be thinking about how the NDC wins the next elections. God forbid. Why? God forbid you. Why challenge somebody?
Gobi, so I believe the House and the country is solidly behind you, because you mentioned about the turbidity levels from 500, it's now over 12,000. The Water Resources Commission will give you all the data. You drive from Cape Coast on the PRA, you get to Ankobra, crossing to your constituency, we always see the water levels. Get the right people to work with. Otherwise, you come here and weep one day and say, little did I know that Sule and his commentary did not help.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Suparo. After giving you the platform, I hope you wouldn't make unnecessary. So let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was only trying to catch your eye, and I have my eyes. Why? I was only trying to catch your eye, and so if I had not made the noise, I believed you wouldn't have given me the opportunity. So let me thank you for recognizing me this time around, and also thank the Honorable Minister for this great initiative. This is what we call the resetting agenda. Because this is the first time we have a minister coming to this house to let us know that all of us here, Mr. Speaker, we are all stakeholders. And it is time for us to come together to dialogue, to find a lasting solution to the challenges that we are confronted with as far as our forest reserves, the mining sector is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the challenge that we are faced with as a country has nothing to do with anybody outside the political class. And I repeat it, I am also part of the people. We all sit here most of the times and pretend and blaming an ordinary youth who is working in Sisala West. A youth living in Sisala West, Mr. Speaker, does not know where a forest reserve in Western region is. And that particular youth, Mr. Speaker, does not know which of our lands that contain either gold or diamond. It is we, the leaders in this country, that recruit these unemployed youth and tax them, give them all the necessary equipment to go and destroy the forest reserves in our country. Mr. Speaker, we were all in this country when media reported that a certain regional minister, driver, took a huge sum of money.
Honorable member, please, don't go there. Don't go there.
I didn't say, Mr. Speaker. I said reporter, media reporter,
Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, let the comment.
I am a media reporter. I am not the one saying
Honorable member, please.
Mr. Speaker, I am only making reference to a media report.
Okay, conclude.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We were all in this country when the media reported that a certain regional minister, huge sums of money, millions of cedis, now former regional minister, the driver took the money and absconded. And we were told that those monies were proceeds of illegal monies. Galamsey, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but when we give opportunities to ourselves to come out with the solutions, we dance around the issues and rather try to blame innocent youth who are looking for employment. Mr. Speaker, I would want to thank the minister for bringing out this issue.
Thank you.
This time around, engaging all stakeholders, including the members of Parliament, our chiefs, the district chief executives, so that we all come together
and
see this as a national issue and address it as such.
Thank you very much.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm just concluding. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on you and our political class, including the new patriotic parties, 88 members of parliament. They should join us this time around, 87, now 87. This time around, Mr. Speaker, we have a very humble minister who is in charge of the sector, who is ready to listen to everybody. His doors are very open, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members,
please, to listen to the solution that we will propose to him.
Thank you.
So
Thank
together,
you.
we can all address these matters. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
We keep on saying that let's make our comment please. Let's make our comment in such a way that it will not attract. Like when you say now we have a very humble minister. Humility is subjective. You see him, you see Kofi assemble. Somebody will also see the former minister assemble. So that is my assessment. So that's why I'm saying, honorable members, please, let's do it in such a way, because the statement is made, it's a very, very important statement, and I don't want us to meddle with certain comment that will throw away the goodies of the statement. Please. Yes, Takwa. Oh, sorry. Honorable Marty Yundam. Honorable Marty Yundam. Please, I'll come to you. Honorable Marty Yundam.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for. Please, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, can you please?
I'll do it.
Thank you, right, honorable
Suhini, I'll give you the opportunity, please. I'll give you the opportunity to speak. You give me yes, honorable.
Thank you, right, honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the statement made by the minister. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that Galamsey is an enemy to all of us. It's an enemy to this country. And for that matter, if we are condemning it, we must all come together as a country, as a nation, to condemn it. Mr. Speaker, people have lost their lives to Galamsey. Cocoa farms have gone because of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, water bodies that people use to survive on as they are drinking water. Today, if you go to most of these Galamsey areas, Mr. Speaker, all the beautiful rivers are all gone. And for that matter, Galamsey is an enemy to all of us. So in fighting Galamsey, we need to collectively do it. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Water Company has always complained that if we don't take time, if we don't manage this Galamsey seriously, we will end up importing water into this country. And for that matter, it tells you how dangerous how inhuman this particular act is. So if we are fighting it, politics should be taken away. Mr. Speaker, under the NDC, under the MPP, people have gone into the forest to destroy it because of the huge appetite they have for money. And for that matter, if we decide to do politics with it, that under this regime, this has happened. Under this regime, this has happened. Mr. Speaker, we can all point to facts that nobody can dodge. That under the NDC, people practiced Galamsey. People died. And same under the MPP too. So I expected that minister would have made his statement without giving any room for any of us to punch into that particular hole. I remember, and I know he comes under 91 to give a statement as a minister. But if you say that, that is what you have inherited. Mr. Speaker, I know very well, and there are media reports out there that after the December 7th elections, people have gone to take over Galamsey sites. And Mr. Speaker, among us here, they have even banned somebody from coming to his constituency because he's involved in Galamsey. I want to find out from Minister whether that is also part of his inheritance. Because if you say that is what you have inherited, it means that that is the past. But we are talking about current matters. Mr. Speaker, current matters. People are...
Honorable Martin Dam, please hold on. Let me listen to...
Oh, there are some of our questions.
Honorable Champo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, like you earlier on ruled, the honorable member is contributing to a statement, but he's trying to introduce other matters. Because the very issue, Mr. Speaker, the very issue he raised, the journalist who did the story just last 3 days has come out to apologize to the honorable member and has retracted that statement. So you can't repeat same here. Do you understand? The journalist who aired that story has come out to apologize to the honorable member. So please withdraw that statement, because whoever made that statement has apologized. I did not hear what anybody said. I didn't hear what he said. No, I didn't hear that. I heard him say this. I heard Honorable Nyinda mention an honorable member's name. I didn't hear that. We don't have any mind in the dark.
Honorable Richard Champo.
So, Mr. Speaker, that statement should not stand in our records.
Honorable Richard Champo, when Sapalo was speaking, was making reference to a minister. I tried to hold that, but you said reference can be made, it's allowed. So I don't think this is this one. Personally, I also read from the papers.
But Mr. Speaker, there's a report going around that the journalist himself came out and apologized to the honorable member in question. So that statement can never be repeated here.
Honorable Richard Champo,
because he said the statement was unfounded. My attention was not drawn to that. My attention was not drawn to that.
Honorable, please. Sapalo.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Matthew. But please,
I'm surprised the deputy majority whip.
I'm not.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want you to listen to me in silence. I beg you.
No.
With all respect.
Matthew, I am not saying withdraw whatever it is, but please, all of us, let's be guarded. Let's be guarded. It's very important.
Mr. Speaker, I think that I don't know what my leader is complaining
Honorable,
about.
go on.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go on. Speak. I have never mentioned any honorable member's name. I've never said here that there is a report from any journalist. I've never said that. I said, Mr. Speaker, one of us has been banned by the chiefs not to come to the constituency. That's what I said. And I've never mentioned anybody's name. So if my colleague here is trying to tell us the one involved, that is his problem. But Mr. Speaker, what I said was that the speaker mentioned, the statement maker, which is the minister, said that is what he has inherited. And at the back of that statement, I was just telling him that after or post-December elections, these complaints have come. And for that matter, in fighting this galamsey, it is up to all of us as a nation to do away with politics. And I want to urge the minister, because it is a dangerous fight for him if he journeys on the partisan line. It's not going to help any of us, because I have never seen raw gold before. I am not from that area. I don't even intend to go into this venture because it kills all of us. So I want to urge the minister to see each and every one of us here as team players, so that in dealing with this canker, we can all achieve it, get good water, get back our cocoa, get back our lands, so that tomorrow we can all celebrate as a nation. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. Please, one. Very well. Honorable Suhini.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources on the state of Ghana's forest reserves and water bodies. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a very important statement, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where only in 2019, we're told that about 60% of our forest cover was going due to illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, at one point in time, Global Watch put our rate of devastation at 1.13% a year. Mr. Speaker, we are also in a country where we are told by managers of our water resources that if care is not taken, very soon we are going to have to import water for potable use. Mr. Speaker, that is dangerous, and that is risky, and that should be worrying to every patriotic Ghanaian. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I am excited about the minister's call on all of us to come together, to see ourselves as partners in this fight, and to share ideas where necessary, and to also support the ministry and by extension government in waging a war that will ensure that we preserve our own lives and preserve the future of this country. I'm excited, again, Mr. Speaker, that the minister is talking about the need to introduce what he termed Free Tree for Life Restoration Initiative. Mr. Speaker, we have many of our lands devastated by this illegal mining. And these miners, when they are done with their destruction, just move to the next location. And it is important that as we deal with the menace, we also reclaim some of these lands that have been destroyed already. So I am excited about this initiative, and I think that in line with government agenda, especially if we take lessons from what we used to do termed Green Ghana, where the impact has been less than impressive, we will be able to reclaim many of these lands that have been destroyed by illegal miners. Mr. Speaker, it's also important that we enhance enforcement, we improve enforcement. And that again is the reason why I'm excited about the minister's assurance that we will see a retooling and the introduction of many of these regulatory bodies at our district levels. We need public awareness also, and the minister's statement is one of the ways of ensuring that we create awareness for this fight. The stakeholder engagement has to be tight, and again, the minister has highlighted it. And we in this chamber must see ourselves as partners in this fight and contribute however and whatever we can to ensure that we succeed against these nation wreckers who are putting all of us at risk.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. I will take 1-1 and come to leadership, please. Let me give to Odotobri, because Odotobri is one of the areas Galamsey is very entrenched. So, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a while ago, member from Nalerigu raised the issue
of the quorum of this House, it is very evident, very clear looking around that we still do not form a quorum. I have taken account myself. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer the House
Honorable
64.
Honorable Anthony Mier.
Rule 4C of our own standing orders. Mr. Speaker, it's been a while. The rules say that after 10 minutes, the Speaker would direct the clerk at the table to conduct a head count of the members present. It further says that if there is no quorum, suspend the sitting of the House for a period of not more than 1 hour. Respectfully, I am drawing your attention to this, and I'm respectfully pleading that we go strictly according to our own rules.
Thank you. I thought I was giving you a platform because no, he's not. But I thought I was giving him a platform. In any case, that is true. But I'm going by my own time. The 10 minutes is catching up. So let me give the to the leadership. Leadership, yes. Yes, leadership. Minority leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority leadership, please, your comment.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank the Honorable Minister for making this very important statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a cue from Honorable Patrick Buama, looking at the very important arms of government and how we can collaborate to ensure that Galamsey becomes a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, it starts with the executive and the kind of powers the president has, the kind of powers the ministers have, the municipal, metropolitan, district chief executives, and even chief executives within Ghana and what they can do within this period. Mr. Speaker, this is not to say that the legislature, where we find ourselves as lawmakers, we do not have the capacity to deal with the issue of Galamsey. We have few laws with reference to how people should be punished when they go wrong or are found foul of the law and how they should be dealt with. And Mr. Speaker, then you link it to the judiciary and how prosecution should be dealt with or how fast we should deal with issues of prosecution. But Mr. Speaker, if on our own, even within this chamber, the issue of Galamsey is so politicized, Mr. Speaker, I'm so worried as to how we can even take a leap. You could see the passion on the face of the minister when he was delivering his statement. But do we even see that beyond members? As we are even here, Mr. Speaker, people are finding reasons to say that one is a Galamseyer, one was once found doing serious Galamsey, and all manner of blames. Mr. Speaker, if one sees himself as being labeled a Galamseyer, is the person even going to come on board to support either reduce or eliminate Galamsey? Mr. Speaker, it is devastating. Our water bodies are getting contaminated by day. We are facing or being confronted with serious health issues. People are dying. We are giving birth to stillborn children. Our forest is getting all eliminated. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency in Wejagba, we look at the distance. Water is getting damaged and contaminated just because of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, if we do not take certain serious steps and move away from the politics, we will not be able to buy water to drink. If we do not move away from the politics, whether you are in the executive or the legislature or the judiciary, and you don't see the need to stand by the minister and stand by each and everyone to help take care of this menace, tomorrow you wake up and you will not have a reason to come to this chamber. Galamsey is killing people. Let us stop being political. Well, if you want to go into that domain, you should also understand that people started, and people started giving cautions. Even as I speak, people are still being political about it. If you want to get into this, you are not going, Honorable Minister, you are not going to have a solution. Ghana is not going to have a solution. Let's depoliticize our brains for once. Let us understand that we are Ghanaians first. Galamsey is killing people and you don't want to see it. Honorable, right, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, country is making sense. Please, let's listen to him. Please,
right, Honorable Chair.
I beg of you.
There is the need for us to consider the correctional methods. There is the need to empower. It's become actually a national security issue. Mr. Speaker, people are arrested, and then there is an intervention. From wherever the intervention comes from, we should learn to understand that we need correctional measures. We first of all need to empower the ministry. The ministry will go, like the Honorable former regional minister said, they go in the morning to chase people, they go in the afternoon to chase people, at dawn you go back, and the whole place had been excavated. Some excavators were bent. Did he give us the solution? Are we looking at the real ways to find a solution? Fortunately, the political will is here. Political will does not mean that it has to come from President Mahama. Political will has to come from all of us. And it doesn't matter which party you belong to. Political will must be you and I. Let us show leadership. I am not going to stand here and say that because President Mahama said that, oh, he was going to give amnesty to those who were once incarcerated by Akufo-Addo, so that is the way to go. No, the way to go is whether it is President Kufuor, whether it's President Mahama, whether it's President Mills, whoever it is, let us come together to fight the menace. It is dealing with cash. A lot of youth unemployment can be resolved when we have taken care of Galamsey. A lot of health issues can be resolved when we have taken care of Galamsey. If you do not want to take care of Galamsey, it is up to you. Maybe you haven't faced it yet. It's coming closer to you. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to make this contribution.
Thank you so much. Yes, Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, we must all thank the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources for coming to the House to make this statement. I believe it is barely 2 weeks since he took his seat at that ministry. And I'm amazed that he's already thinking very seriously about the Galamsey menace and has already put together a set of ideas regarding how that can be done. So, Speaker, I want to use this platform to announce that the minister approached me and has already scheduled a conference of members of parliament to meet and discuss Galamsey or small-scale illegal mining in our various constituencies so that together we can fashion out a solution to the problem, because it is a problem that confronts all of us, and it's a problem that all of us must be involved in solving. Unless we work together, we will not be able to resolve this problem. And this minister appreciates that and has organized this conference. And so I urge all sides of the House to attend the conference. And what the minister wants to do at the conference is to get us all to honestly declare the activities in our various constituencies and individually, as parliamentarians, provide strategies and proposals as to how the problem can be dealt with in our constituencies so that he can consolidate that into a national strategy. Because all of us represent constituencies, and the constituencies put together cover the whole of Ghana. So if we MPs in this chamber, everybody comes with a proposal as to how to deal with it in our individual constituencies, and he consolidates that, and that becomes the framework guiding his actions and inactions, we believe that the problem will be effectively solved, because it is the MPs and the district chief executives working together who can solve this problem. Mr. Speaker, when I was Minister for Environment, I made it a point to visit Galamsey sites. I visited sites where I saw huge excavators excavating. I saw young girls carrying the material on their heads in pans, hundreds of them. Most of them spoke languages that I understood. They were mostly from the north. They were girls who, in their 15 years, 16 years, 17 years, and they carried the pans the whole day, and then the excavators were there. I had conversations with them. Some of them were in secondary school. They had come there during vacation to work and earn something and go back to their communities and etc. Our people say that when you tumble and fall, don't look at where you fell. Look at where you hit the stone. That's where the problem is. To solve this problem, we must look at creating alternative livelihoods in the less developed regions of our country. We must invest in irrigation in the north. We must invest in large-scale commercial farms in the north, so that when they have alternative livelihoods, they will not be tempted to come and be carrying pans from morning till evening, because they have an alternative livelihood. And so the solution to the problem does not lie only at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The solution to the problem lies in all the other ministries. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Trade and Industry. These ministries need to up their games and create the alternative livelihoods that will attract these young people, instead of wanting to go and engage in the risky business of Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, I went to some sites as Minister for Environment, and you will see them dig a hole in forest reserves, and they used to attract small boys and deceive them that they had enhanced their spiritual, powers, and encourage those children to go deep down the holes and go and dig and come out with material for them to go and process. These children were basically primary school children. They had abandoned their families, they had abandoned their schooling, and they were now engaged in this very risky business. And then they created shanty communities around them, where they used plastic bags and created homes for themselves. Mr. Speaker, it was deplorable to see things like that. So it is a real problem. But Mr. Speaker, I see the problem as a crisis of law and order. Why do I say it's a crisis of law and order? The Minerals and Mining Law has very beautiful provisions that if we just followed it and implemented it, it will deal significantly with the problem. What are the provisions, Mr. Speaker? One, people realize that there's gold somewhere, they will go and dig, no matter what you do. It's not just Ghana, anywhere in the world. When people hear that there is gold anywhere, whether it is in America or Australia or in Europe or in South Africa, Mr. Speaker, if we hear that there is gold beneath this chamber, by the time you go back and come back tomorrow morning, you will see some people
who will come and find ways and means of digging underneath this chamber to extract the gold. That is gold for you. And that is how gold has attracted people over the period in history. So you cannot stop gold mining. You cannot. What you should do is to legalize gold mining. So the Minerals and Mining Law says that the minister, is that okay, when he identifies an area that could become a small-scale gold mining site, he should so designate it as a small-scale gold mining site. When he designates it as a small-scale gold mining site, it gives the regulatory authorities the powers to now intervene. When I went to the illegal gold mining sites, I noticed, and I was the Minister for Environment, and I went there, and I didn't see my EPA officers. EPA officers were not there. When I asked about why are you not here helping them to do it properly, they said because it's an illegal activity, we at EPA cannot come and be supervising them. So when the minister designates it as a small-scale mining area, then the EPA will now be able to move in and also provide them with technical support as to how to do it properly. At the same time, the EPA will monitor the purchase of mercury and the use of mercury at that location. EPA will monitor the purchase of explosives and the use of explosives, and then all the other processing activities. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to a number of illegal miners, and they said, look, Minister, if we can rent an excavator and bring the excavator this far and keep the excavator here excavating, what makes you think that I cannot use the services of the EPA? What makes you think that I cannot use the services of a proper mining engineer? And I asked, so why are you not using them? I am not using them because what I'm doing here is illegal, and at any time the soldiers can move in and take whatever equipment I have brought here. So I have to dig as fast as possible, scoop as much as I can, process it as quickly as possible, and get out of this place. So this is what is driving them. It's not that they cannot make the investments to legalize it. And some of them even told me that they make payments to their assemblies. So my concern about reclamation, they expect the assemblies, when they take the money, to come and do reclamation after they have left. In some cases, some even showed me receipts of some payments that they made to assemblies. I'm talking about 8 years ago. So this is a problem that I think if we sit as members of parliament and we marshal the relevant political will, we have both the legal framework for resolving the problem and the political commitment to dealing with it. As for those who mine in forest reserves and those who mine along water bodies, these are no-go areas. We cannot allow that to happen. And the minister has spoken about the levels of pollution of our water bodies. So if our water bodies are polluted to this extent, we as a country must appreciate that mining in water bodies is totally unacceptable, and we must stop it. And we have the capacity to stop it, because every river passes through a political district, and that political district has a district security committee. There is a district police station there with police officers. Some of them, and they fall within a region with a regional police security committee, and some of them fall in regions that even have military bases. I think so far across the country, in almost every region, there is some military base or the other. So I cannot understand how the Ghana Armed Forces, the military, will convince me that they don't have the capacity to police our water bodies. That is the point. The point is, there is an allegation, there's a claim that even those who are supposed to enforce the law, to monitor it, are also involved. Mr. Speaker, and that is where political commitment and the commitment of all of us come into play. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement. Let me assure the minister that this House will attend the conference that he is organizing for members of parliament, that we will honestly assist him identify the operations in our various constituencies, and we will sit with him individually to see how
And if there are aspects of operations in our constituencies that can be legalized, and then the small-scale miners assisted, technical support provided, involving the EPA, so that where we can legalize it, formalize it, and supervise it to be conducted in an environmentally friendly way, we do so. And where we need to enforce the law and ensure that the military and the police move against them, we give them the political backing so that they move and stop all those operations from taking place. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the minister and thank colleagues for such a non-politicized contribution and commentary to the statements that have been made. I want to thank the available leader because he's been very, very, very fair and honest, and I think that if he continues along those lines, he will easily become the leader of the minority side.
Leader, this insinuation. Anyway, Honorable Minister, would you like to run up?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to take the opportunity to thank honorable members for their contributions. Right on, Speaker, I ran to this hallowed chamber, the People's Chamber, where representatives of over 35 million people are here. And my message was that we are in crisis. Our water bodies are gone. Our forest is completely on its way. I even made a point that we have some forest reserves that are not go areas because armed gangs have taken over. I gave you numbers about the seriousness of the situation. And let me state that I almost became emotional when Honorable Jerry was speaking, because really that is the spirit with which I came here. It is time for us as a country to stop the politics when it comes to this fight against Galamsey. The politics must stop at the water's edge, because this is now about life and death. It's about the future of our country. And I think that, let me state that when I stated that this is what we have inherited, that's what I meant. I meant that this is what the title of the statement was, the state of our forest reserves and our water bodies. I meant this is the heritage of our country. This is what we collectively have now. This is the inheritance we have. And it was not meant politically at all. And the whole essence of that statement was that we have a collective responsibility now to find the solutions. And I'm happy that the leader of the House graciously accepted my proposal for a conference. Now, Speaker, having been in this parliament for 17 years, I believe that when it comes to our various districts and constituencies, there's nobody who has the interest and the commitment that the leadership of our constituencies and districts than the Member of Parliament. And that's why I believe that this campaign must start with our colleague members of Parliament. And the message is that they take leadership and support this. And I was very clear in my mind. This fight is not about the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And I came to say that we need every Ghanaian, including chiefs, including all stakeholders. We must collectively say that enough is enough. That these bad guys can no longer put our lives at risk. And so I thank you, Honorable Man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We wish you well. I believe from the discussion going on, most of the people will not envy your job. God be with you. Leader, any indication? Very well. Honorable members, at this juncture, I will thank all of you for your cooperation. We will bring proceedings to a close and adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned.